Now go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the seventh round of the Prague Chess International Festival 2022. We're getting towards the crunch, the business end, as we say, of the tournament, where the leaders look to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Today, we've got a great round in store because in the Masters section, we've got number one against number two, Le Quang Liem, who won a very important game yesterday against Salim after, well, it was a very tough game. Well, he's now on a great score, 4.5 out of 6, and he's playing Pentala Hari Krishna, who's keeping up pace with 4 points. So if Harry wins today, he will go first. And in the challengers section, it's the battle of the prodigies. Nordirbek Abdusaturov, the hope of Uzbekistan, has equalized at the top. He is now in equal shared first position with Vincent Kmar, who's been leading all the way through since round one. He started off with 2 out of 2, actually. And they now face off with Abdusaturov with white. So we've got a cracking day. Of course, all of the other games still relevant because the groups are very closely packed. But as always, I'm going to ask the greatest that Erfurt has ever produced.
You're getting more and more creative. Yes.
I'm trying.
Yes, Erfurt
Lizzie
is
Pets.
my home city. So
what do
we have, well, I think actually, as you said, we have very decisive.
You feel sad?
No, I'm not sad. I said like that. You said like no, I just meant like that. What you said is actually quite true. We have two very decisive pairings,
Yes.
which may be pointing towards the final victory of both tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think I predicted the results yesterday, and while on both cases I bet on a draw. I don't know what you said actually. This I forgot.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go for. You ready for this? I'm going for an Abdusaturov victory with the white pieces.
This I can never do because I'm German.
Yes, this would be treason.
Yes.
And Hari Krishna against Le Quang. I don't believe Harry is gonna beat Le Quang today. I think Le Quang is a solid customer when he wants to be, and I think Le Quang is going to make a draw. Of course, if they do make a draw, then it opens the door for the other players. For example, we've got the likes of, who could possibly catch them? Nguyen, for example.
Yes, I think
he's been solid. He's on +1. You've got David Navarra. He could catch them, also on +1. You've got, I think it's just those guys, right? Magsudlu is on 50%.
Yes, I wanted to say only those have a chance to catch up. I mean, realistically speaking, unless someone else is making 3 out of 3, which is not so likely in such a strong field.
Yeah, absolutely. And David Anton and Salim, talking about the bottom of the table, really just having an awful tournament. Both of them playing each other today. The battle of the bottoms.
I don't even remember what result I predicted here. I remember you predicted something else, but yeah.
Yes. So it is going to be an interesting day, as always. And of course, if you can join us in Twitch chat, please do get involved. We do look at the chat. We know you've been quiet.
But there is some small request in the chat. I'm not sure you can read that.
I can't today.
I tell you that someone is asking to turn on your volume a bit higher.
Up my volume?
Yeah, up. Sorry, not on. Up.
My volume isn't good enough. Okay, let me see. Because my thing is far away. So is that better?
Yes, it's almost too good for my ears, but I can.
What about that?
I can turn you down. I mean, by volume.
Okay.
But the people like it.
Okay, this is good then, guys. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be advised if it's too much for the uh for the
Audience.
or yeah, for the audience and also for our producer as well. So we'll keep it like this for the moment. Hopefully that's okay. The games are going to kick off any moment now. It is past 3 o'clock, so they're a little bit late.
Yes, it could
A
be
bit
maybe.
like my train today. Hour and a half delays.
Seriously.
Seriously, I've been on a train from 6:25 in the morning, and I'm getting a bit bored of German trains.
German trains, the thing is like
They're
that
the
we have.
worst.
Yeah, but the funny part is like the German trains. I mean, German mentality. According to German mentality, Germans are always on time. And this is actually quite true, but it doesn't count for trains. And since we invented the €9 ticket,
Yeah,
all the trains, like not the fast ones, and I think you went on the fast one
I went
today,
on a
right?
fast one. Yeah.
Yes, but all the slow trains, usually who are mostly on time, now are delayed almost 100% every time because trains are overcrowded by people,
Yes.
and that's why they have to clear them. Sometimes because otherwise they wouldn't be able to go.
I mean, I can handle a delay, a small delay. I'm not an animal. 5 minutes, 10 minutes I can do, but an hour and a half, come on. I can fly to Venice.
Well, I tell you that now I will take a train end of the month to Frankfurt, and I planned in a 4 hours emergency delay because I have a flight to Thailand. So don't tell me.
Could happen. The way things are going, every train I've taken in the past month has been delayed. Anyway, nobody cares. So let's talk about chess.
Yes.
We've got a line, actually, I briefly discussed with you yesterday, Lizzie, saying how this E3 Nimzo becoming the hottest thing at the moment with a quick bishop d3 and after d5 to actually do a very quick trade. We saw knight f3 and c5, but you can trade quickly. Now, you're not obliged to go knight f3 here. Of course, you can put the knight on e2, also makes a lot of sense. And that's what Harry actually does.
I think it makes more sense if you take on d5 to bring the knight to e2. Otherwise, it's a bit awkward somehow to clear the pressure in the center.
So knight e2 played, and now I guess rook e8 is a move, b6 must be a move. c5 looks like white might get a really good version of a
isolated pawn structure stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And indeed, rook e8 has been played by Lequan, who's been very faithful to this system the whole tournament. So we do believe that he is very much in book here.
Great question. I mean, like
you have a
Harry
great question.
Yes, Harry had this. Hadn't Harry chosen the same line against Vidit? Was it this knight e2 and then this a3 b4 and b4 turned out to be a novelty? I think
slightly different.
It was exactly the same line actually.
Was it? Okay,
yes,
maybe.
I'm remembering now, or trying to remember, because we were like puzzled about like a3, bishop d6, and the sacrifice on h2. If you remember, and then Harry waited with bishop d2 simply.
Could be right. So Harry's sticking to his guns then. Bishop d2 now. And
I think it was like c6, a3, bishop d6. And here, maybe even queen c2, could that be? B6?
But it feels like we're a move behind, no? Somehow.
Well, maybe queen c2 wasn't played.
No, it was. The queen wasn't. No, I think.
It was something like that. And then, no, the king never castled, and then it was b4. No, it was b6. No. Now white did something.
Exactly. That's why I don't think it's exactly the same.
No, f3 maybe white did.
F3, c5, b4.
I think
no, because then c4. I think you're right. I think the queen was.
No.
I know. Was it? Anyways.
Bishop f5 was possible.
Bishop f5 was possible in that game. Okay. Yeah. Then if it was, it was. So let's see what Harry has cooked up here compared to his game against Vidit. I think it was actually round 1 where he played Vidit. Moving on, Vidit, talking of Vidit, playing against Nguyen, and we have a Queen's Gambit
accepted.
I accept the pawn. Thank you. Pawn to e4.
The more modern or aggressive approach.
And pawn to e5. Not a bad move. Knight to f3 and bishop to b4 check. Now, Nguyen again would have done some work on this. The old way they used to play is play knight c6 like this. And here I've had some games with, I think it was the move queen b3, if I remember correctly, which
I'm out of book here. I'm not
may have forgotten already.
Any color, to be honest.
But the move bishop b4 is also possible. Vidit blocks with knight c3, and Nguyen simply brings his pieces out, threatening knight takes e4. How bad can it be?
I mean, what was the main line here, actually? Is it the main line? Not sure, right?
The absolute main line after e5 is definitely to go knight f3, ed4.
And bishop c4, yes. This
and
I
now
remember.
bishop b4 check is also a line here.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of moves.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, as played
Bishop
in the
b4.
game, I'm not so
familiar
with, actually. Every one of Black's moves makes total sense. I guess the question is, what do I do here with white? If I take on e5 here, I guess the point is you take, and now take here.
And you are happy, right?
Must be very happy with black. If you play knight takes e5, it looks a little bit loose because of knight takes e4. Queen a4 check does exist. You have to calculate some stuff. Takes. Can I now
take on c3, no?
And do
Queen
I take
d7?
back, or queen d7 is possible?
Well, I mean, you cannot take immediately because e4 is hanging, but you can play queen d7. And this should be probably okay.
Well, we've got to be a little bit careful because I can't take with the queen here because of bishop b5. So I have to take with the pawn, and now bishop a3.
Knight e6, it's not that bad.
No problems, huh?
Yes, I mean, like, probably it's easier to make castle, but okay, then c3 is hanging, and then I return to d5, perhaps. Okay, rook e1 check, maybe. Not to be underestimated, but likely, like, if you don't play bishop a3, I can castle, right?
Yes. But maybe there's some improvement there, because also knight takes e5, you don't have to take on e4. You can just castle here as black. That would also make a whole bunch of sense, setting up knight.
Let me check if this has been played, because yes, I mean, since Anton is already like thinking, it could be that this could be a well. I mean,
Vidit, you mean? Vidit is thinking.
Well, Vidit is thinking, but it's unusual that they are thinking in such a quick way, right? I mean, that's an early stage. Sorry. Let me just check. No, but it was played a couple of times.
The knight f6, yeah?
Yeah, the knight f6. The main line is bishop takes e4 or knight takes e5 also had been played. And by not weak people, knight takes e4 had been played by Ding. Ding is playing knight takes e5.
No, Ding has played knight takes e5. Yeah, okay.
Yes, and bishop takes e4 is also being played.
By who?
By, well, Van Vele, Krasenko.
Okay. Basically,
not many games.
Retired grandmasters.
Not many games, so it's meaning that this is supposed to be, according to the engine, actually, knight takes e5 should give not huge advantage, but 1.0. I mean, it's 1 unit. Okay, it's going down actually now.
Yeah, I don't believe that it should be.
It's going down to 0.5. So it's playable.
Definitely. All right, we'll come back to that. Vallejo against Navarra. We have a Spanish Berlin, which we haven't seen, I think, at all this tournament. Anti-Berlin, with bishop c5, and castle's also not the most popular line. Taking or c3, much more popular, because this move should allow this move knight d4. And after takes, black claims that even though you kicked me back, now that I can play the move c6, I'm okay. Bishop a4 is a clever move because you get out the way of c6 and you still prevent the moving of the d pawn. Black plays c6 anyway. And now the move knight to a3. Classic move in this position, with the idea of sometimes coming to c4. And the point is you don't want to put the knight on d2 and block this bishop. And here Vallejo is saying, you can try and play d5, but you've got to be a little bit careful.
That's true.
If you go d5, I guess his idea is, does he want to go queen f3?
That could be actually the most annoying move to expect, to be honest.
To put pressure überall.
All over the board.
Yeah. Well, Navarra's kicked this bishop, so you expect that this bishop's going to come back. And now it is a question whether black can play with this and claim that white's pieces are a bit offside. So interesting moment there. We'll see how that gets going. Anton has stuck with his, we saw this from him a few rounds ago, the semi-Slav. And Salem has also played a la, I think it was Lecoin who played like this.
Yes, it was a game of Anton against.
I think it went knight d7, bishop d3, takes, g6.
Oh, it was Anton with black against Lecoin.
Yes. Castles.
And then e4, e5, d5, and then knight b6.
Yeah, bishop g7.
e4.
No, I think it was rook c1 first.
That could be. Yes, but something like that.
Something like this happened.
Actually, we got a very interesting question from the chat.
Yes. Okay.
Hello, how do you handle the next game after a loss? And you have white, for example, like Vallejo. That's a good question. It depends pretty much on the character of a person. And it depends how you lost a game. You know, I mean, like Vallejo lost a game with black, which was deservingly lost. I mean, it was not like that he had a good position or like he was winning or something. He was basically slowly outplayed. So this kind of loss wouldn't feel that bad. It would feel like, okay, it can happen. So I would say that if you have suffered such a loss, then nothing will be psychologically changed. You might just play the next game with white for a win, or you would try your best and wouldn't be influenced by this defeat. However, if you had lost a game like Salem in the previous round, who was winning or like having a very good position at some point, that is already like psychologically speaking much more difficult. And then if I was Salem, I would really like try to keep it quiet and wouldn't be upset if I make a draw or something. But that's me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot does depend on the character, as you said, Lizzie. The character, the tournament situation, you know, makes a difference. I mean, there are a lot of players that, you know, play professionally and actually have an economic interest in their performance. So sometimes they might play a certain way because they get a greater chance of prize money. There might be a chance for a qualification for event. You know, there's so many different factors. There's not one clear answer of how you should react. There are schools of thought, as Lizzie said, you know, things like, you know, the classic one is if you've, I think, lost 2 in a row, you know, you try and make a draw the next day.
That's the Russian rule.
The Russian rule. But that's all old thoughts, because now you have very strong, mentally tough and ambitious players. You can't imagine Magnus Carlsen losing 2 games in a row and saying, "Oh, I just want to make a draw with white tomorrow." It would just never happen.
I remember a very good example during the Russian Super Final among women. There was one girl in the tournament. She started with 0 out of 2, and she finished with 7 out of 7. So she won the tournament with 7 out of 9. So since you know the Russian players, who was it?
Kostenyak.
Nope. Even for Kostenyak, this would be probably hard. There is some girl who's even more determined.
Valentina Gunina.
Yes, it was Valia, of course. Because for Valia, actually, like, she doesn't even know the result of draw. She would just go all in every game. And
it's amazing.
Yeah. Yes, it was, of course, Gunina. Yeah. For me, incredible.
Yeah,
like, to have such a kind of determination, like she has.
When she's really on form, she's so dangerous. But she can have really bad days as well.
Yes, you never know. Like, this is. I mean, she's a very strong player in individual tournaments. If you take her to the team, you have to hope for the good Valia.
Yeah. So there you go. Great question. Keep them coming, though. Okay, let's go to the next game. Shankland against Magsudlu. We had a Sicilian, Najdorf.
Yes.
This is the Najdorf with H3. The first time we've seen
the Adams attack.
What's it called?
The Adams attack. I saw.
It's the Adam. Mickey.
Probably like Mickey started to play it like permanently or quite frequently, and that's why they call it the Adams attack.
You're telling me Mickey's actually attacked before?
Well, Mickey can attack.
Mickey can attack, you're right.
But also, like, in this H3 system, by the way, you get not so many wild positions. I would say you get rather like very positional positions.
Yeah, it depends.
And this would fit rather for the Adams attack.
Yeah, Black has got 4 options maybe here. He has to decide if he's a pure Najdorf player, whether he'll go with E6 or E5. If you go E6, white can go G4, and then the Adams attack might begin for real.
This is actually supposed to be already like a very dangerous line where you have to be very accurate with Black. E5 is a positional approach to handle it.
Yes.
And knight c6 is a sneaky approach to handle it.
And knight c6.
Because with knight c6, you keep the option whether you play e5, depending on like how white is reacting, or if you even play with g6.
I was going to say you can even go g6 immediately, can't you, if you want?
Yes, but this is more clever because here you wait for white's move. Because if bishop e3, you play e5.
Right.
If g4, you play g6.
Yeah, and you get a good dragon.
You try to get a good dragon. For example, like here, there's also some subtleties which you should know. I think if bishop e3, then you can take on d4. If bishop d4, you go bishop h6. If I'm not mistaken,
that's
something
cute.
like that. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not 100% sure. And if queen d4, then you go, was it bishop g7 here? Yes, you go bishop g7. And here, I'm not sure how it continues, but I know that there's such an idea.
Yeah, looks kind of standard. None of this happened because he went e5 immediately. The knight dropped back here. I guess this is also a move.
Yes, this is the positional one. Knight b3 is a little bit more tactical.
Bishop e6 and f4. Now, these moves were just not available when I was growing up. My coach would have.
You know what is the idea of bishop e6? If you play f5, I go back to c8, and then I play b5, bishop b7, and I try to hit on the e4.
We see something similar to this in the game. I'm just gonna Hadoop my table. Sorry, guys, not at my normal setup today.
I should answer another question on the chat.
Yes.
This question should rather be answered by me because I'm the German.
Okay.
The question is like, someone really wonders why Germany doesn't have any super grandmasters out of like 100 GMs. I mean, I tell you the reason of this question. Germany has the biggest number of members among federations in Europe.
Yes.
So from this point of view, by the number of members we have, it's indeed quite unusual why we don't have so many top GMs. I mean, we will have soon a very top GM. Now he is, I think, in the top 60, Vincent Keimer, and he easily might get in the top 10. But apart from him, of course, we don't have, we have some talents actually who are now, I think, 14, 15, and from whom we can also expect something. But in general, yes, we don't have many, but this is the fault of our system. First of all, it's very difficult to find sponsors, and Vincent Keimer is very lucky to have Baden-Baden as a sponsor, like the Kränke leasing company. Plus, he also gets a huge support now by the federation. So in his case, there is a lot of support. But in order to get such a support, you have to show very strong results at the start of your career, like in the youth. Plus, you need to have like some good people to fight for you to get sponsors, because they don't automatically come to you. Vincent was lucky to have it both, because he got great help of the Baden-Baden club and the Kränke company. But in general, like, chess is not very popular in Germany, and this is one of the main reasons why actually we don't have players like top GMs like they have in Russia, for example.
There you go. That is why, ladies and gentlemen. But I agree with Lizzie that the future of German chess let me put it like this. We're in the year 2022. By the year 2026, 2028, I believe Germany will have an Olympiad team with at least 3 2,700 players.
We have one guy with 27.
No, you're going to have more. You're going to have more.
Well, okay, maybe like you're right, because I think like Matthias Blübaum and Zwane, they have the potential.
Zwane definitely has potential.
And Blübaum too, but I mean, apart from those three, well, I'm not sure we will not have 5 of them.
I don't think you'll have 5. I think you'll have 3 2,700, and I think Germany is going to be one of those two, because also these guys are terribly different. Like Zwane is incredibly solid, very tough guy to beat. You're going to have a very, very difficult team to beat. You don't. Well, let's see what happens. But Keimer, let's go to his. Well, actually, let's quickly finish off this game, because we did see exactly what you said. By the way, I was just commenting on this move, that this move was just not a move when I was growing up. I mean, positionally speaking, it looks disgusting, because you're weakening the G3, you're weakening all these, sorry, not this. Let me do it red. You're weakening all these squares, and you also allow this trade, which most of the time, structurally speaking, helps black, because he can land a knight on e5. But for whatever reason, it just doesn't quite work in this position. I don't know why this is not a move. Like if I go knight c6. But the assumption is it's not a move. I don't have the exact answer for that, because I don't specialize in this system. So Sam Shankland definitely does. So you can play f4, and this is what you said, Lizzie, b5,
F5
and now
and bishop c8. Yes.
I mean, this is incredible. Bishop g5. You now always go knight bd7 to fight over this square. You don't want to allow a knight to land here. So knight bd7 and a4 by Sam Shankland, playing at breakneck speed. One of the best prepared players in the world, no question, Sam Shankland.
He's one of the best positional players, I would say, in the world, right? Because he's not such a tactical guy, but in general, like, he's super positional.
He's very positional, and he's very he's you know, Sam, I don't think is my biggest fan. Let's put it like this. Don't think Sam likes me. That's
why. But why you think?
I
like
don't.
Sam likes,
well, I just
like
kind of know. I just kind of know. I think I don't exactly know the exact reason for it, but I'm not going to. But let's just say Sam is not my biggest fan. But one thing I will say about Sam is I find his professionalism extremely.
I think he's a very hard worker, to be honest.
He's a very hard worker. He takes the game very seriously. He has contributed to the game immensely. I mean, his books as well have been fantastic. His theoretical contributions fantastic. So I am, in some ways, a Sam Shanklin fan, even though he might not be mine. So I just wanted to point that out. B4 on the board.
Now 95 should come, no? Otherwise, the whole plan doesn't make sense.
95 on the board. And the question now is Black just going to put the bishop on b7 and say, if you want a pawn, I'll win your pawn? Bishop b7 looks very logical here. I don't like a5 holding on to the pawn, because now you give away a square and things can start to get a little bit hairy with these two pins. So I don't like a5. And just like that, Parham plays the move bishop e7. So the next question is, what is White's next move? I would say White's got a few interesting moves. Bishop c4 obviously looks interesting. I want to play a5, but I'm not sure if I'm in time to play it. Or you can just play the move that Sam Shanklin played, which is, again, a move you really...
Okay, you're preparing long castle or rook d1. I mean, or maybe you wait, but my question is, like, if you take on d5, I take, and now how is it from the positional point of view? Should I play even a5? No, then actually bishop b5 is coming. Mm-hmm. Bishop e7 should be played. I may threaten knight takes d5. But I guess the advantage for White is the space, but the structure actually is also a little bit risky.
Yeah, I mean, Black has got a protected pass pawn here, but as you said, it's all about, you know, how deep Sam has gone here. These pawns are very shaky, and maybe the machines just hate this position for Black. It wouldn't surprise me. You know, how best to play here with White is completely unclear to me. Again, in the old days, this kind of position just wouldn't be possible, because it just looks like White has got too many liabilities. But obviously, that's just not the case in this day and age.
Well, we will see, actually, like, how it will continue.
Yes, we will. Let's move on. Abdusaturov. Playing
Bishop g5, but haven't we seen it in some game, actually, like not long ago? It was a game of someone against Win, and Win never played g5.
Yes, it was Paco.
Ah, okay, I remember.
Interestingly, Keimer provokes White, playing 3 knight f6, after which he replied d3, because White does have the Springer
G5, Springer G5. I don't know how is this called.
2
actually?
knights attack, or it's called.
Yes, but it wasn't played, right?
No, it wasn't. But it's curious that Vincent allowed this, because at top level, really, pretty much everybody is playing bishop c5.
But actually, like, knight f6 doesn't have the problem about knight g5. I think that after knight f6, some don't want to have d4 here, because knight g5 is not an issue, to be honest. There are some good lines for Black which don't give anything for White. I mean, you play, of course, d5, ed5, knight a5, bishop b5, c6. And after take, the modern line is bishop d3. Now, I think it's played, Jesus, it's always bad if I forget my theory. Something like knight d5 and h4. Yeah, it's very important. I think here the line, if I'm not mistaken, goes with bishop c5. One of the lines which is promising for Black to be absolutely fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are lots of lines actually there that are very, very interesting. But again, Abdusaturov, classical player, not interested in that nonsense, wants to keep a more orthodox structure. And now we get it via transposition. And again, this early bishop g5 and a6, c3, we had this exact position. Bishop a7, a4, yeah, we had all of this already. And this time, remember in that game I was telling you, when he just decided to go like castles and queen e6. I think he went queen e7 and then just castled, which was
Yes.
but here Vincent says no. This is the principled way to play g5, bishop g3, but just castles anyway. Now, again, I vaguely remember some Grishtuk games where he went queen e7 in order to go knight d8, knight e6, but we also see sometimes this maneuver with the knight looking at this square. Things can get very out of hand very quickly. So interesting that Vincent castled, and now knight a3 by Abdusaturov, which is also very logical because the knight finds its way to the e3 square, where these two squares are going to be looked at, let's say. So this is a very, very tense battle. This could, these games can take various different shapes. So I'm curious how Vincent will continue here. We've got a pure Berlin, which is something we don't see every day nowadays. It's got a bit out of fashion. Castle 94 and d4. This is the mainline Berlin. We see rook e1 a lot still at top level, but d4, knight d6. And here the move, bishop takes c6, d takes c6, d takes e5, knight f5 takes. So we reach a Berlin main, check. Knight c3 is also a move, but check is the main line. King goes back, and now knight c3. And now Pechak plays the move knight to e7.
Preparing knight g6, I would say. Maybe it's good to mention here that actually Black has two ways of handling the king, because there's also the line with bishop d7 and then getting the king to c8. So you can choose among these lines usually if you go to c8 or e8. I'm not sure if it's about this move order with rook d1 or knight c3 instantly, but it's usually some of the concepts you should know. King e8 lately, however, I think is more popular, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yes.
And reading the chat, actually, what someone actually just put my attention to, because I didn't even realize it, Vincent Keimer usually only plays the Najdorf and the Karaka.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
He's not an e5 player, but
That's
of course
true.
his coach Leko is an e5 player. So it will be very interesting actually to see how he's handling it, because he doesn't have the same experience.
Very nice observation. Yeah, I didn't remember that actually.
Question for you, Lawrence. Today is
Yes.
the day of the questions. Like, it was a question about the Germans and the German top players. And Lawrence, now it's a question about what you think about the British future.
Oof, that's hard. We have really struggled to produce super talents for many, many years. We had two
prodigies. You had McShane, who was like huge, and you had David
Yes.
Howell, who was a huge prodigy.
Well, yeah, so we had a beautiful generation, early generation of the 80s, where we nearly won everything.
And Quayne Jones as well, not too.
No, I'm saying before that. So we had the original grandmasters, Spielman, Miles, Hodgson, real top quality world-class grandmasters. And then we had a few grandmasters come through, but really Gawain and David have been the only two to really push. Of course, we've had Short, Adams, Sadler. So we've had world-class players. But unfortunately, we don't really have any, as far as I understand, and I'm not that in touch with the UK chess scene, but as far as I understand, we don't have somebody who is the next Luke McShane or the next David Howe. We have recently...
You have one.
Who do we have?
Raja Harriet, or what is his name? Some Indian name, but he please plays...
Ravi Harrier?
Yeah, he just played in the national team now.
No, but Ravi's a great guy. Ravi's wonderful, but he's not Luke McShane. He's 2,500. He's a grandmaster. He got his grandmaster title in like 2 months. He played 3 tournaments and he made 3 norms in a row, which is obviously very, very impressive. But he's not, in my opinion, I love Ravi, but he's not Luke McShane or David Howell.
But he grew a lot. I mean, he played even very decent in the World Cup. So I mean,
Yes,
you can
yes.
at least expect from him that he will be a
Yes.
2650 guy. I mean, I'm sure about that.
No, he's got a job full time. He works
Okay.
finance authority in London. He's I know him very well. He's a great guy. He's one of my favorite people, one of the nicest guys. But I don't believe he's got the talent. I mean, he's in his 20s. He isn't a 2650 guy. He's a solid 2550 grandmaster for sure. But I would be surprised to see Ravi get there. And that's just me being honest. So apart from him, who else have we got? I have to say, I don't know. I would love to see a new generation, but quite like what Lizzie said, we don't have the infrastructure. Lizzie was saying Germany's got no sponsors. We've got zero sponsors.
Well, we have some sponsors for certain players. Like we have sponsors now, of course, for Kamer. Plus, of course, like the federation is not doing bad financially. And besides that, we have also like now a private sponsor for our under 25-year-old girls. It's called.
Well, we don't have anybody, is what I'm saying.
Well, you have like She Plays to Win company, but this is like, of course, very difficult for Lauren to find the necessary sponsors to bring up more girls. Yeah. But I can tell you a very funny story about that. Like 1 week ago, I gave a webinar for the like group of She Plays to Win. So I had to deal with British girls. Mm-hmm. And among those girls was the daughter of Richard Pert. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the session, they asked me like some tips, like how to train with girls, how to be with girls in tournaments. And I told them like that, in my opinion, it's very important that if a girl loses and she loses in a bitter way, that the worst thing you can do as a coach is to confront her with the moves she had been doing wrong. It's much better just to take her by the hand and go for ice cream. So then Richard wrote to me like, so now actually like his daughter, he wrote to me like his daughter enjoyed the lesson very much. And usually she doesn't do so. But now also like he understands that after each loss she's facing, he has to go with her for ice cream. So
there you go. So now, but that also works in marriage, by the way. If you have if you have an argument, don't tell her what she's done wrong. Just take her by the hand and say, I'm buying you an ice cream. And then everything will be forgotten. Right, Lizzie?
Yes. I mean, we have the year of the woman in FIDE, and also for the, like someone mentioned now, the English Chess Federation is also promoting women chess, and they will have a tournament called Vera Menchik.
Right.
And this is going to be happening. I didn't hear about that because I'm not following so closely the English Chess Federation, but in general, it's a year of the woman. Some women are not happy with that name because they would expect more, but it's anyway, I mean, like FIDE is doing a lot, raising prize money in open tournaments especially for women and improving the condition. But yes, in general, like during the Corona pandemic, it was hard to organize tournaments, and somehow the women's chess scene had been suffering much more because we didn't have the whole Carlsen Events Elite Series online.
There you go. Keep the questions coming. Meanwhile, we'll just get to the position because we've got an interesting position. Remember, black cannot castle. White has put his knights in the center. The big question is, does this move ever work? And the answer is, well, it does, but black probably just moves the king.
King f8 makes sense now. But okay, the last move was h5. So now, he can just move king f8.
Probably this works. e6 and just move the rook.
And there was one more question I will answer. It's about Gustafsson being the new national coach for the Olympic team now in Germany, in India.
For
he
who?
will be coaching for the Germans.
For the main team?
Yeah, for the men's team, Gustafsson is coming. Of course, like it's not a bad choice because he had been a team member in the past when he was still active. He's very experienced. I'm not sure he's still a strong theoretician because he hadn't been playing much, and I'm not sure how much he's working on a theory. But despite that, I mean, apparently like everybody's very happy in the team, and this is the most important thing. And for the rest, I can't judge because I never worked with him chess wise. So yeah, but I know actually he was in the team of Carlsen, so this should make him a
Yes.
strong theoretician. So I take back what I said. So I guess this is also some of the reasons why they chose him.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say is that, Jan, obviously I know him very well. Well, I worked with him for years doing the commentaries and stuff, but he does keep up to date. He has just done the match with Carlsen. He has just been in Norway chess commentating with Judith. So he is still active and still very much keeping his finger on the pulse. I think it's a good acquisition. I think he can bring a lot of value. I think he's got a good. He kind of knows the strengths of players as well. He understands what kind of positions players prefer. So I think he's actually quite a very good acquisition. I don't know how much it's going to really benefit Germany in terms of their result. It'll be interesting to see, but let's see. Jan Gustafsson, the greatest from Hamburg of all time, maybe.
I think yes, he's the greatest player Hamburg ever put upon.
Well, if you don't include me.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you're not a Hamburgerin, right?
Well, when I first came to Germany, I was in Hamburg, so I'm a half a hamburger. I'm a cheeseburger. No, Jan is great. Yeah, and he can still play. He can still play. All right, let's look at the position. Talking about Jan, let's talk about Hans, another famous German. Hans Mokaniemen.
But he's not a German, even though his name is pretty German.
That was a joke, Lizzie. I know he's not. He's not a German. He's American. He's the greatest talent to come out of America since like 6 months ago. It's unbelievable. No, he's a superstar. Let's just be honest. If you've never heard of Hans Niemann, he's 17 years old, I believe. And before Corona, he was rated 2450. He's now rated 2678. That's without being able to play tournaments. Guys, listen, he got 200 points in a pandemic. Who knows if there was no pandemic? He might already be world champion. We never know. He's a great personality. He came on for an interview. He plays really nice chess. And today he's going for Hracek's throat with the line against the Najdorf that I first learned. Everybody used to play like this. Bishop G5, E6.
It's the most dangerous one, of course.
Yeah, everybody used to play like this. Now, the move Bishop E7 is already a surprise.
No, Bishop E7, I played it recently in the league, and there are a lot of lines actually apparently which are playable. For example, I just show one line which is playable, and where I was surprised myself. I knew about this line, but I forgot everything. So she played Bishop E7.
Yeah.
Queen F3.
Yeah.
And usually now they go Queen C7, because after Knight BD7, as played in the game, you could play Bishop C4 instantly. And I'm not sure why this is not played now, but at least according to the old theory, like Queen C7 was a more precise move order. So let's go back and let's say Queen C7.
Yeah.
No, like Bishop E7.
Oh yeah, Queen F3, Queen C7.
Now long castle.
Yeah.
And now my opponent played H6.
Yeah.
I took.
Yeah.
She took.
Yeah.
G4.
G4.
Yeah. Now Knight BD7.
Yeah.
H4.
Yeah, this is.
And now simply Knight B6.
Oh wow.
And after G5, like you play Bishop takes D4, Rook takes D4, and Queen C5. And apparently this is playable for black. It's one of the lines where you don't have to learn much and you're alive. As one option. And I was here thinking for 30 minutes, but I couldn't find any plan which would give me some advantage or something. Decisive advantage. It's more convenient to play, but it's not more than that. So as one option, and I believe since we have now the super strong engines, I'm not surprised that there are more strong options, but this ones.
There you go. There you go. So you can play a lot of stuff nowadays. So, but what happened in this game was he went knight bd7 castles, h6. Again, queen c7 is the main line, but he went here, inviting the trade. And now again, white taking your advice. Now that you can, with the queen not on c7, you can develop the bishop here and go for it. Which G, we'll call this guy. We'll give him a nice German name.
Who?
The
Gerald, the cheap one.
Which?
Gerald.
Gerald?
Yeah, Gerald. It's Sherry.
Oh, Gerald.
Gerald. It's like Gerald, yeah.
Gerald. I was going to call him Gert because Gert is.
This is also possible.
Let's call him Gert because Gerald is a big mouthful. Gert, the G pawn, is in business, and Hans Niemann is basically saying, I want to go h4, g5, and maybe g6, and crush you in 20 moves. Now, he's got a point. My big question, though, is can black play the move g5?
Usually the answer is h4. h4.
Yes.
You take on f4
yes.
and g5. And I would say, by intuition, you are not going to. But okay.
I have knight e5.
And here I play queen h5.
Yeah, and if I just...
Well, you can take on c4.
I can take on c4. It doesn't look too bad for black. I mean, this is not checkmate. I put my king. Maybe it's still dangerous. I don't know somehow, but it doesn't feel like the end of the world.
Well, yes, maybe we have to play it differently, but I thought like that if you take on f4.
You mean immediately?
Yes, no, go back. And now, I mean, like after g, like, no, taking on, no, play g5, that's principle.
Yeah, okay, 95.
95, and now taking on f4. And if you take on g5,
yeah,
then I go rook dg1. I mean, it looks so suspicious by intuition, but maybe like knight g6 is also interesting. Everything's hanging. Yeah.
Like if you go queen f2, feels. I mean, it doesn't feel like I'm getting mated here as black. Queen b6 might exist. Oh no, I'm dropping the bishop. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Still, it doesn't feel too bad. So I'm very curious if this is the move that Hracek will play. Of course, you need big balls of steel to.
I think like he will never play g5. Forget about that.
But
on the other hand, like if he prepared
what else do you do?
g6.
No, but
then I actually like wait a second, Lawrence. Let's go back to g5. I can take on e6. If you play g5, I will take bishop takes e6.
Okay. I just ignore you. I mean, maybe I can even take, but
I mean, sorry to say that, but you really have.
I'm an annoying opponent.
No, you really have like, you know, like how to say for someone who's brave. I'm not sure I can say it here.
Cojones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Big ones.
Huge.
Huge.
Yeah, but okay, it feels somehow
I don't know.
g5 feels a little bit wrong, but okay.
It does feel wrong, but I mean, look. So my question is, White has got a very easy plan, and you can't easily get going because b5. I don't know if b5 e5 is already very bad for black.
I mean, question: if I take on d4, I know, but then the d6 is hanging. I want to take on d4, and
I'm very happy.
No, let's get some tempi. Let's play knight b6.
Knight b6 first. Okay. Now this decision here is not completely automatic, but I will go here just for you.
A5. Okay, this is maybe too much.
Baby. Okay, I just.
Okay, but even knight b5 at some point might be annoying.
Or just a3. Yeah. I don't love it. I don't know what Hracek is doing and why he's thinking, because this has all been known for years. So I don't
Well,
know.
not this line. Like, the line he's playing, either he's inventing it, or
Yes.
it's lately a theoretical line, which I don't know about. Which is nothing. Which means nothing, because okay, I'm not following the closest theory nowadays.
Yes. Okay, let's go to the next game. We got a wild one, Stochek against Varmadan, and we had a King's Indian thing, mainline, Petrosian. Seen this before, seen this, and now this move bishop to e3, the so-called Kramnik variation, or at least that's what Kramnik did, knight g4, bishop d2. I remember, because for years, again, in all the books, bishop h4 was a move, but Kramnik randomly came up with this move years ago, claiming now that if you can play, for example, if knight a6, the problem is knight d2, and the inclusion of h6 helps white, because when you go h4, g4, g5 can come with, which is not very pleasant. So you go bishop e3, you then get hit by knight g4, and now this move bishop d2, and it looks ridiculous because black goes f5, but now you go h3, the knight comes back, you trade, and this is the move at g4, the new one. I believe Kramnik either played this, or it was maybe even here, was it takes queen c1 that he played?
I think I also have seen something like that, even though I'm not sure.
Played it against Nakamura, and then if f4, then you might just come to c2 and try and castle queenside and then go g4. I was commentating the game, but it was literally 8 years ago, and I can't remember anything. But clearly, Stochek has got a different idea with g4, and now this move knight to e4, I think, is correct.
Which is fighting for the control of e4, because if you, the moment you decide to take on g4, is the moment, not to take on g4, is the moment when you basically almost not yet, but slowly give up the control of the e4 square. But still, like Lawrence, what to do now with white? What is the idea?
Well, I mean, you just take.
And after knight takes g4, you have knight e4, and you claim you got the square of your
Maybe
desire.
you don't even need to go knight e4. Maybe you can do something even. I mean, I like knight e4, but maybe you can.
Anyway, otherwise, black will play e4 and make the clearance sacrifice.
Queen c2 might be a move. Rook g1 might be a move straight up.
No, but okay, I think queen c2, I seriously play e4.
E4 immediately.
Yeah. And now knight bishop f5 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not in then knight a6. Maybe it's, of course, also a little bit suspicious, but it has to be calculated, of course. Knight takes f2.
What?
Again, knight e4.
Knight e4 I take.
Okay. No, okay. I mean, like as I said, it has to be calculated.
Yeah, no, it can get very, very sharp, but for sure Stochek has done his homework. So
yes, knight e4 should.
And now look at this move. I mean, this move is incredible. I mean, look, you can't play this move if you've not worked on this position, because it's not a move that.
Look at Stochek's time and look at Varmadan's time. Even though for Stochek it doesn't really mean much, because he's a person who likes to be in time trouble. At least this is sometimes my feeling, because he's in time trouble all the time.
Yes.
However,
but g5 is an incredible move, no?
Well, it's a very strong commitment not to fight for the central control at all, which means like you have to go on the wing by standard principles, but yet.
I mean, what is this move?
I mean, so like he said, like he doesn't care, he doesn't want to open up anything, and he wants to keep his.
Well, the idea, I think, is he wants to take, and now take, right? That would be a good transition.
Yes, that's true, but this is not going to happen.
And if you take this way?
Well, my first question is, why can I not take on d2?
Well, that's what he did. Oh, no, that's not what he took on here. Take on d2, yeah, also.
Or take on c3, but take on something and play e4, and then give the h6 pawn and say like you don't care. Well,
that's basically what has happened, isn't it?
No, okay, now if you take with a bishop, I will seriously take on g5 and claim to be a pawn up. if you take with a pawn, you're not happy either because your king will remain in the center.
Yeah.
This could
Maybe P5
this could go wrong in a way.
Maybe this is already a little bit smelly, huh?
Yeah. Let's go to the next game, the last one. And Lawrence, question from the chat.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like since today you don't look at the chat, like suddenly all the questions
Everybody's
are
asking a question.
So, who's winning the candidates? We have to guess.
Wow. Honestly, it's the hardest one to say.
I mean, I go for Richard Rapport, but I go for him because I like him the most.
Okay, well, I think Rapport winning would be nice to see. It's just one thing I will say is this: I don't believe Timur Rajabov will win the candidates. So let me make that clear. I will be shocked if Rajabov, who is in poor form, he's not the biggest fighter, he's not the biggest risk taker. I would be shocked if Rajabov wins. I think everybody else has got a legitimate chance, and I think the margins are very, very small. For example, Nepomniachtchi, he's just not in the conversation at the moment. Why?
Okay, because they think like the thing is like since we have the war, like somehow like Russians in general, like I mean, don't want to be seen on the top by Western press. And that's why probably like he's not even in the discussion because like maybe everybody is politically speaking afraid of that victory.
Possibly.
Which could be the case, even though like I like Jan very much and I would even wish him to repeat his success because he's like next to Rapport, one of my favorite guys in this tournament. I think he's number 2 after Richie.
Yes.
But on the other hand, like the world wants to see someone else facing Carlsen. Is actually Carlsen now agreeing to play against the winner or not? I mean, I didn't follow it. But okay, if Firuza is winning, then he wants to play for sure. I mean, at least he said so like half a year ago. But if Firuza is not winning, I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Yeah, I think a lot will. I've said this in a podcast as well with David Howell and Askill Bryn, the Good Night podcast. I've said it elsewhere as well. People have asked me, who do I think? I've spoken to Magnus as a friend, somebody who knows him. And I do believe he will not defend the title if certain players win this tournament. And I do believe he will defend if other players do win. So it's going to be really interesting. I think Hikaru has got a good outside chance. He showed fantastic.
If Hikaru wins the tournament, then Carlsen will win the match for sure.
Well,
that's my guess.
It could be the most watched. If Nakamura wins,
it's the best one by press.
Yes.
It'll
be the most marketed, most watched world championship of all time by a long distance. I mean, it will be, well, not of all time, maybe Fischer Spassky, but in the modern era, let's say.
Yes, this is true. But I think the best chances to beat Carlsen might be Ding.
I'm also not sure about that because Ding has got a bit of a psychological issue with Carlsen. I mean, he really has this huge respect for Carlsen and finds it difficult to beat Carlsen. I actually think, well, years ago, I won't say who, but a woman that was very close to me said to me that the person, and this was years ago, the person to take Carlsen's throne will be younger. So Nakamura is not in the picture. People like Nepomniachtchi, the same age, not in the picture.
It's Alireza then, but Alireza I think is too young yet.
But, it depends. It's all about hunger and motivation and everything. So he could be, so hungry to win it. Of course, he still has to win this tournament, Alireza. And for me, he's not a favorite at all to win this tournament.
He's not young. At all. I mean, like, I really think that experience may still hit in a way.
Fabiano has got a great chance to win this tournament.
Yes, but nobody wants to see Fabiano to win because we have seen that match.
Well, we've seen that match. We want to see a new match, perhaps. So I think Nakamura would be interesting. Rapport would be interesting. I think who else is interesting in the tournament? What about Jan Krzysztof Duda? People would
Duda also has some good chances to beat Carlsen.
Yeah.
because he's a guy who's
Yes.
having ability of that. Yes, Duda would also be in my list of favorites. But okay, I just don't want to see someone who already played Carlsen. Okay, for Nebo, actually, I wouldn't mind, but I don't see big chances against Carlsen if the match would happen again. Anyway, let's focus on the last position.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't even look. So we'll just go
Yes.
straight there. It's a very quiet
I-
position. A lot of pieces on the board, symmetrical structure. C3 just played by Krasinovsky. And Krasinovsky's saying, I'm not really being that ambitious today, but he's got a few knight jumps. I guess the bishop will come back. And now he has to decide one of these moves look reasonable.
Yes, even you can go the quiet approach and play bishop d2 and rook e1 because you have some time. But okay, it's a slightly small edge for white because it's not like space advantage, but my queen is out. I have a slightly better activity. But that's about it. Otherwise, I would say the game is fairly boring by look so far, but of course things will heat up likely a little bit later. So what do you think, Lawrence? We will go for our first break?
Yeah, I suggest that we take a break. All games still in play, as you would expect. I'm just scrolling through them now, and they're starting to take shape for sure. Could get very exciting. So I can see already Vallejo Navarra is heating up. Salem Anton is heating up. Shankland. It's all getting exciting. So we're going to go for a break, and we'll be back with continued coverage in just a few minutes.
Who are we? As a company hailing from Bohemia, it is easy to assume we are a glass company. After all, this is the tradition we are steeped in, as deep and mystical as the valleys of northern Czechia. And while it is true, it is incomplete. After years of audacious industry, of compelling collaborations, breathtaking installations, of iconic designs, of uninhibited art, the question of who we are is somehow answered in the body of work we have created around the world. We are not a glass company. We are a spatial company. Be that space professional, be it personal, be it stunning, be it subtle, awe-inspiring, mind-altering, extravagant, elegant, be it grand, be it humble. We believe space is a necessary luxury in this world, and no matter what shape or form it takes, the space should enable everyone to feel something sublime. So, as we broaden our horizons, as we challenge our assumptions, as we disrupt our industry, as we strive to bring something of lasting beauty into the world, we think about what a luxury is quite differently than other brands. And how we think about it is this: a luxury should not look down on anyone. It should lift everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 7 of the Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers section. A lot to play for in this round. On board 1 of the Masters, it's 1 versus 2. Le Quang Liam leading the tournament outright first, playing against Hari Krishna, and this is the position we've got. We'll come to that now, really. It's been a while. And of course, we'll give you guys an update on all the other games, which are starting to get more interesting. So Lizzie, a calm position, actually the sort of position I expected, I have to say.
Yes, but like we had, I think, the same position against Vidit, but instead of Queen C2, if I'm not mistaken, it was no, it was a different move order. No, Queen C2, Knight A6. No, Knight A6 wasn't played.
Never played, yeah.
Yes.
And this is Le Quang's interesting move. Looks a bit strange to do this, but the idea, I guess, is that bishop takes, pawn takes doesn't really help white, because the lack of the light squared bishop and being left with this bad bishop might be problematic. So he went A3 because, of course, now, yes, this is a threat. And now C5. Breaking in the center, very standard. F3 once again, controlling some central squares. Knight C7, castles. B6, and finally, Le Quang, correctly, in my opinion, decides to trade the light squared bishops and Queen C8.
Now we are curious, what is the idea of Queen to C8?
Well, I think it might be to control the F5 square. I'm not saying Queen F5 is always played, but sometimes it's played.
Actually, it could be annoying, the Queen on F5. That's true.
Yeah.
But then actually, why not Queen D7? Because then
or Queen
A6,
D7, right?
A6 maybe. No, but then you are like in the opposition of the Rook on D1, and that's the reason, I guess. No, then it makes perfectly sense.
Yeah, he wants to get out the way. But again, I'm not super convinced here. I mean, it could be all right for black, but at the same time, I could also understand that I could appreciate that in this position, white might have a way to make things a bit difficult for black. What that is, I'm not so sure. Nothing is definitely coming to me at the moment. So a very tense battle, let's put it like that. A game that is completely blown up is I'm very curious with this opening as well. Vidit against Nguyen. And we were saying that Nguyen played a very unusual system in the Queen's Gambit accepted. Vidit played like, who was it? Ding, you said.
Ding, yes. Ding played also Knight takes C5. I can even follow up to the moment when it's a novelty, because it's still open.
Knight takes E5 and B5. This is modern chess, ladies and gentlemen.
B5 is still main move, also played by Ivanchuk and Van Forest.
Okay, B5.
And now?
F3, protecting the pawn.
Also played.
Castles looks logical.
Castles played only by Prague and by, only by Prague from the important players. And this was on the 5th of March in 22.
Okay, and A4 looks sensible.
Was also played in the game against, it was Pranav against Prague, and he played A4. And this is also like one of, that's the main choice by the computer.
C5.
And C5 was also answered.
White takes. Okay, it's already getting very hairy because...
Okay, here a bishop E3 was played in the game of Prague.
Ah, okay.
But white took on C5 in the game.
Yeah, so Vidit, by the way, is Indian and follows Pragnananda. So D takes C5 here looks...
it's a better choice, actually, like the longer the computer runs. But no, it's getting, well, they change between bishop E3 and D takes C5, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's close.
No, actually, it's clearly in favor of bishop E3.
Oh, right. Okay. So I'd like
D takes C5, according to the engine, on the long run doesn't give. Queen A5 was played, I guess.
Queen A5, bishop F4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, protecting the knight, because when black takes twice, like in the game, the knight is protected, so the king comes to f2. Now black needs a good move, because if you don't have a good move here as black, well, firstly, I take this pawn. So what is black's good move here? Because I don't see it.
Well, I see it because it's given.
Okay.
It's knight h5.
Ah, now this is a good move. This is the only move. Otherwise, black is toast. I mean,
Yes, but knight h5 has to be seen. Otherwise,
knight h5 has to be seen. You're right. Hitting the bishop and saying that this construction is not very stable.
And after knight h5, the position is very unclear.
Do you have to go g3, or what do you have to do? What else can you do?
Well, you can make a Zwischenzug with rook c1.
Rook c1 first.
You can even make a Zwischenzug with queen c1.
Yes.
Looks suspicious, so because I can give a check on d4.
Check.
And you have bishop e3 apparently.
What?
Well, you can sacrifice a piece and take on b5 and on c4 and say like you have plenty of material.
Never gonna happen. Rook c1 might happen.
Yes, rook c1 is one move.
And if I give check, you go rook c2, I guess.
Yes, I mean, like rook c1, I don't see so much options.
Queen
Maybe
a3, perhaps.
Yes, queen a3. But you know, honestly speaking, like I mean, okay, I checked it now, of course, in the database and a little bit also with a computer. To be honest, it's very dangerous for white, for black, for black.
For black, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like black suddenly has to prove to be very accurate, whereas for white, it's not so difficult, let's say, because okay, the move like rook c1 is natural.
Yes.
Because you want to get the queen off the shore.
Even queen d2 here is not ridiculous.
No, it's not.
You know, this position is playable for white.
Yes, white also has a bishop here.
Yeah, and the dark square bishop. Very important.
I mean, like, I really seriously don't understand the choice, because it's first of all like, okay, Win is a super solid player and suddenly he's playing some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Very unusual decision.
And especially against a player who loves it.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, like Harry would never in 100 years consider such an option against a player who loves it. Right?
So Harry, if he played me, would not give me my excitement.
No, Harry would, against you, like make it as boring as possible.
He would bore me until I resign.
Yes, he will bore you to death. But Harry is like really a player, and actually I learned it from him because, okay, like, since like we have been knowing each other for more than 20 years, I mean, like he talked to me a lot, and also about psychology, and especially in women's tournaments, because he had been helping Harika in some events. And he told me like that in women's tournaments, especially, it's a very good weapon to play against the strengths of your opponent. So giving certain suggestions of what opening to choose. And this actually, like, sometimes, you know, like when he was bored and he would write to me and I would ask him, like, what do you think I should play against? So I mean, just the suggestion of which opening to choose, you know, might be very helpful, because it's easily recognizable if you study your opponent a little bit, how he scores or how she scores or she's feeling in certain structures. But this is not Tans or Vans or Wins cup of tea, but for Vidit, actually, like, he's feeling whole.
G3 played, by the way.
That's unusual. That would not have crossed my mind.
I don't know if G5's a move, but
G3, but G3 is also possible.
Yeah, it must be possible. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Vallejo against Navarra. Well, Navarra didn't go for G5 just yet. He went for D5 first. So he gets the pawn center with these pieces offside, rook e1, and now G5. Bishop G3, Bishop G4, hitting the queen. Queen D2 and E4, played by Navarra. And Vallejo says, you threaten nothing. I play bishop b3. So,
I
like,
like
yeah,
White's position.
you don't like a lot of luft behind you.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't see so much advantage in that luft when we speak about the G5 H6 structure.
Yeah.
It's a kind of luft which may turn into some kind of, well, maybe too much luft, like to be enjoying that.
Right. No, I totally get it. It's a lot of luft. But can you make something of the luft? That's the point. Otherwise, you're just very exposed. What is Navarra trying to do here?
Okay, I mean, he tries to get some control in the center and claiming that the knight on a3, the knight on the rim is dim.
Mm-hmm.
But objectively speaking, I mean, of course, h4 is not yet an option because knight h5 might be a little bit turning off the mood.
Mm-hmm.
But even like interesting, but probably like not yet, would be to close up the position with d4, but this makes only sense if I can get the knight quickly to e3 and push f3 before black will come with f5. For this reason, actually, here, like to close up the position is a bit premature. Okay, it's anyway black's to move. So, yeah, what to do with black? I think knight h5 doesn't work. I can take on e4. And otherwise, well, rook e8 might be a normal move.
Rook e8 is a move.
Queen d7 might get, no, queen d7 already doesn't work.
No.
I mean, honestly speaking, if I just look at this position, I clearly prefer white. So much easier.
Yeah, I don't understand what David is doing unless he has a very concrete idea right now. I don't get it. So possibly a bit of overextension there.
Question from the chat, because since they had been like discussing Nakamura as one potential opponent of Carlsen, and there were huge discussions in the chat, even in the break when we were off the screen. Well, what is our personal belief on Naka's chances and our observations of him? Well, if you want to start, go ahead.
Well, I mean, his chances are much better than what the bookmakers give him. So the bookmakers are pricing him at 10-1 or 12-1, which is for me ridiculous. I think he's much more value than that. He showed in his classical tournaments just now that he can really still play very good classical. Yes, he hasn't got a great score against this field, I would say. But Hikaru, you know, he might think this is a shot. He's also, you know, and well, none of these players are really struggling, but Hikaru has probably made the most money as well out of all of these players through his sponsorship deals and his streaming, and he just has a new deal. He has a new partnership with a big company. So, like, even the money thing is not on his mind. So he has no real stress. And people don't think, I mean, most people, if you ask, you know, they're saying Ding or Fabi or Ali Reza, the standard names. So he probably doesn't feel that much pressure. And I'm not saying that he is going to win it. I still think he's an underdog, obviously, to win it. But I think he's got a much better chance than most people give him. Much better than 10-1 or 12-1.
Yes, okay. He has, of course, a huge advantage that he's not under pressure, and likely, as I said, like a lot of times, whenever he plays tournaments, he's losing money, no matter how he's scoring in the tournaments, because he's not on the screen and on Twitch. But let's put this aside. I think his chances to win the candidates are not low, but his chances then to beat Carlsen, I think, are very low.
That is another question. Would he beat
That's the thing.
Carlsen? Would he beat Carlsen in a match? I would not bet on Hikaru.
The thing is, like, Hikaru is a very strong, dynamic, and tricky player, and Carlsen is absolutely not his style.
Yeah.
And whenever like Carlsen will be white, he will bore Nakamura to death. That's my personal assumption. That's why, I mean, the chances of him winning the candidates, I think like he's also like one of the guys where I think it's possible because he's absolutely not stressed. And he has this kind of attitude that he's going with the flow, and that was his main recipe in Berlin. That's why he kicked off in Berlin twice, is coming first and second place.
Yes.
But yes, apart from that,
unclear.
Unclear, very unclear.
Unclear. Thanks for the question. Keep them coming.
And we should go now to the Shankland game because it was requested.
Okay, we can go to Shankland. Yeah, we've got this. We last saw it after Queen E3. Very unusual placement of pieces, and exactly what happened. We thought he takes. And this structural change tends to benefit Black. I mean, these pawns are kind of getting in the way of White's pieces. Bishop E7, Queen C7, but G4.
I mean, okay, White has a very easy plan. The question for me arises like if Black should try to push E4 and the clearance motive of getting the square on E5.
Looks very sensible to me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you give up D4, and then sometimes this knight springs its way into C6, which is also very annoying sometimes. So that's why Parham went knight B6, and now, you know, a move that is not an easy move to play, Bishop D2.
Okay, Bishop D2 is a very nice provocation move.
It's a very clever move.
Yes, because knight BD5 runs into G5, knight FD5 runs into A5.
Yeah.
And if Black plays A5 himself to protect B4, we got a very nice square for the bishop. Brilliant move. Really brilliant. And besides preparing maybe the move G5.
Yes.
Brilliant move by Shankland.
Brilliant.
Really, like I mean, at least from the human point of view, I mean, I didn't check it with the engines. We don't check here engines unless it's a theoretical thing like in the game of Vidit. There we checked it because it was, well, our curiosity to see where was the novelty, how far it went in preparation. But yes, Bishop D2, like multifunctional move with like at least 4 benefits we could name. And yes, I mean, Rook C8 could be an option, but then the problem is like, even if
that's what happened, Rook C8?
Yes, actually it's not a problem because Bishop D3 may run into E4 at some point. Not now, but, you know, question.
Yes.
I mean, no, this is ridiculous. I thought like I can play King B1, and if you take on C2, I go King A2, and I just say like leave it.
It's not ridiculous.
But you can take on A4. You can show it, you know, like if you go King B1 and we say like we don't care, then knight takes A4 may convince us that we actually care.
But it's an interesting, but yeah, okay, White has got Bishop D3. So, and now just H6. So Magsudlu saying, I want to stop G5. If you take on B4 now, I think he wants to
take on A4.
Well, he can also take on D5.
D5. Yes, the thing is like to take on A4 before H6 is played is, I mean, like, because there was a question, for example, like if you take now on A4. I mean, first of all, it's not like threatening anything, but this gives me time to play G5.
Oh, G5 first, yeah.
I mean, we don't take on A6.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it's mate, sorry.
Yes, and this way, of course, we get the total control of the center, and like people always, many like less experienced players forget the importance of the central control. This importance can sometimes weigh so much more than a lousy pawn on the edge, like we have in this example. And here, even the move F5, F6 may be interesting, probably not yet working, in order to free another square, like the square on F5. I think it's premature in this position. But besides that, like White can take on B4 now and would claim he's back he has his pawn back, and g5 is hanging actually. Maybe it's not that simple as I thought. I mean, of course, like
you can also take on b4 immediately.
Yes, maybe this is the other reason, which is likely more precise, saying like g5 is not running away, and we get that pawn, and this pawn is better for us to get because this way we can allow ourselves at some point to play c3, which gives a bit better stability, or which like reduces the dependence on the bishop on d3, who currently needs to cover the mate.
Exactly. So, but h4 played by Sam Shanklin, saying, I will play g5 if it's the last thing I do.
But you have to do it because otherwise c5 is gone. And d5 is a pawn you don't want to lose because, as I said, central pawns and central control weighs more than edge pawns and wing control. It's like in a game of bowling. That's how I explain it to the kids. Imagine you throw in a bowling, it's bullet, right, in English?
Bowling?
When you play bowling, it's a bullet what you throw, or it's a bullet?
No. Bowling is in like 10-pin bowling, like in the...
No, the bowling, like when you have this kind of ball, you hit it, and then there are like all these kind of many kinds who are falling apart.
Pins, yeah, bowling, like, yeah,
yes,
we call it...
and this is the device to throw it. It's
a bowling ball,
It's a bowling ball, yes.
Yeah.
And if it hits in the center, the damage is huge. If it hits on the wing, maybe one guy is falling apart, and that's how I always try. No, but I use it all the time. That's the
great analogy.
But this is like actually really explaining the power of the center. And chess is like also like a game which is mainly decided in the center, because if you lose the central control, then even wing attacks or counter attacks on the wing may not help you to level the score, depending how strong they are and if they're connected to the king's safety. But for a central control issue, sometimes to even sacrifice pawns is absolutely justified and should always be considered, because, as I said, compare to a game of bowling and you will understand why.
Yes. No, totally understand. Yeah, it's a great analogy. So let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Even the same with the pawn breakthroughs. When you want to get the pawns through and like to the promotion square, you would hit the pawn structure, of course, in the center in order to make it. Same kind of analogy.
Right.
Okay, we can go to the next example.
Yeah, let's go. Let's have a look at the game between Abdusattorov and Kema from the Challengers. Of course, these two young, very strong players leading the tournament. And this is the position after move 21. Lots of double pawns. Look at this. Not that you don't get this every day. 3 sets of double pawns, but double pawns are not always bad. And this is one of those situations where they perform a role. Firstly, this double pawn means the H file is open. These double pawns here, especially the control of this square and allowing the rook to operate, offers something. This square being covered, this square being covered. So all of these double pawns are doing something. And it's very important that double pawns, a lot of the time, my students as well, they don't understand double pawns very well.
Well, it's a prejudice of double pawns to believe they are always weak, but double pawns in the middle game and when they are central, again, it's about central control. They protect all the central squares, like the E3 and the E4 protect D4, D5, F4, F5. Okay, F4 and F5 is maybe not as central, but still they are closer to the center than G5 and H5, for example.
Right.
Besides, they are responsible for open files. And those who have the double pawns can use the files. And that's why here this pawn structure is not bad at all. In the opposite, I think white has here some very nice advantage, even because, well, maybe not so much advantage, but he has the F file, and maybe you have to play something like F6, because if you play, like if you allow rook F6, you can resign.
Yeah, rook F6 is an immediately winning move.
And on the other hand, like if you play F6, you have to give up the pawn on H6, which followed by Queen H5. Is he in trouble?
Let's have a look. So rook f6 is a threat. It looks very dangerous for black, I will say.
Yes, it looks not. Yes, it looks a bit dangerous. Maybe you have to play f5.
F5, wow. That's kind of an extreme solution. So
but this
if
is what other solution you can see?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. So if I take,
You have to take with the rook.
okay, I take and I take, and now you claim that I haven't
Queen
got too many-
g6 I have to play because I cannot allow queen h5. Then I can resign.
Queen g6. Yeah, and you've got some stability suddenly.
Yes, this is a way to play.
Yeah,
And probably
this
this
is-
is all forced, right?
Yeah, and Vincent will play this because he doesn't have.
An alternative.
Yeah, I mean, there are just not that many moves. And yeah, that's not completely clear to me how you're supposed to deal with that, actually, somehow.
Well, I mean, like if you don't have f5, then if you don't have anything else on f5, then there's nothing to discuss because all the other moves would just lose the game or lead to a much
Yes.
worse scenario. I'm even wondering what else he's thinking about because I can't possibly see anything else.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so, well, he's played f5, of course. So this move is on the board. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's it's a complicated position. I would definitely take white, but
Yes.
it's also, yeah, it's not a given at all. One position, well, I mean, Pechak, of course, he's got like a king on f8, and this is how he plays with black. We've seen a number of similar style of positions where he allows his opponent to just push all their pieces. Now, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, goodness grief, this looks awful for black.
Yeah.
Or is it? I mean, again, it's one of those positions which, you know, potentially I've just completely misunderstood. You know, optically, black is getting squeezed. This bishop on a6 is pointing at nothing. This knight is on the rim. So why isn't white just doing very well here? I think that's a reasonable question to ask.
No, I mean, I think the position is a little bit more complex than it looks at the first glance. I mean, you believe that white is winning?
Well, I mean, I'm threatening takes, bishop g7 check. Let's start with that.
Yes, okay, but this is not the end of the world. Because I could also claim that, I mean, even like that this position could as well be dangerous for white in terms that the e6 pawn turns out not to be so great as it looks like. On the other hand, you are right, I should do something.
Bless you.
Breathing.
Yes.
I should do something against the threat of f takes g5. So maybe I have to play g4. Or
g4.
Maybe I should take on f4, but this is also
taking that was the move that I thought you would play, but g4 feels like
it's like a commitment, but you can play f5.
Yeah.
And I cannot take on h5 because the exchange is, even so this is interesting. Let's imagine like I take on f5. No,
you want to just do,
yeah, I take on h5, you take on d6, and I take with a pawn.
Yes.
It's not so, it's tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. Also, I mean, you could take first and then take, possibly. But what's going on here?
But you're right, it looks very suspicious for...
I mean, it looks incredibly suspicious for black. I mean, you're one bad move away from losing here as black. So, but Petchak has shown he can play very accurate moves. So it's, you know, I never write this guy Petchak off.
You know,
Never
like the
write-
funny part is like that. What do you think is the evaluation of this position?
I have no idea. I just don't know. Well, I know that white isn't worse.
Yes, that's true.
So either white is a little bit better or he's completely winning.
It's equal.
Really?
It's 0.2.
I'm
Which
very
I
surprised.
mean, like, which is okay. Mini edge.
I mean, I'm just very surprised.
But apart from the mini edge, it's nothing more than that.
Okay. Well, that is.
But you know who's winning according to
Oh, well, hold on. The Mocha.
the Mocha's winning totally.
Let's have a look.
Easy
What
piece of.
happened? Hold on. He didn't go G. He went B5, which I said looks impossible. And Mocha just said, okay, I'm going to go E5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was a complete Hracek for an experienced grandmaster to play like this is shocking to me.
I mean, like, you
Because-
played this line, if you played the knight off, like, you know, it's
know it.
interesting. If
You
you play
need
the
to know
knight
it.
off
Yeah.
and you are not expecting your opponent to play it, you should learn only one line. And I can even suggest which line you should learn,
Okay,
because I
which
did
one?
the same against some grandmasters, like
Yes.
Santosh,
Yes.
Jaime. He
Jaime,
played
yeah.
against me in the Spanish league, and he hardly plays bishop g5, almost never. But somehow, like, since I play the knight off frequently, I felt it. So I learned the deep theory of Polukayevsky. So I played e6, f4, and b5. And you know, the guy was thinking for 20 minutes and he played a3. And I was laughing so much. Because, okay, here, for example, like, you have to bring the theory for the next 10 moves. You have to play this e5,
Right.
take, and queen c7. And here, like, the main line, here are like some other moves as well, but e takes f6 is the main line. Then queen e5 check, and here usually you play, I think it is, let me guess, just queen e2, it's bishop e2. Oh, Jesus, you know, like, I'm also like getting old. But it's something like,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's something like that. But it's not about that. It's just about the thing. You have to confront your opponent if he's surprising you with something, of course, you never played, plus something you don't want to face if you don't know the theory.
Yes.
And this is Polukayevsky. That's one option, but it's a good option.
Okay. And yes, I agree with you, because, you know, what Hracek has done in this game is, well, to me, it's quite shocking, actually, because, you know, we get a position now where after e5, you're hitting the rook and the bishop, and he took and just went d5, bishop e3, and took on e5. But queen g3 is like, I mean, this is not even a test for Hans.
Yes, it's a piece, and usually the rule is like, even you have 3 pawns, and I guess you have, I didn't calculate. It's not even 3, it's 2 pawns.
No, it's 2 pawns. That's the point. It's 2 pawns.
But even if it's 3 pawns, the rule says, like, if you have the piece against 3 pawns, then the piece preferable. We have to, of course, to put the king safety issue aside. Let's assume we have both like good kings or safe kings. Then the piece is preferable if the pawns don't have an impact in the position. And usually the impact would be somewhere like in the territory of your opponent, like here in this case on the 4th, 3rd, or 2nd rank.
Yes.
But here there is no impact. Okay, besides I don't have 3 pawns, but even with 3 pawns, if there's no impact on those pawns in the game, then usually the piece is preferable. This is like some kind of basic rule, but this is valid.
Yeah. And here after queen, okay, he played knight c4, but I'm not a believer. h4. You can even take, you know, because you can't take with the pawn because of this. You force this, and you've got all the dark square control, and you can go h4. No, I do not believe this ever in a million years. So I'm saying the Mocha will come home with the victory. And if the Mocha wins today,
he is
then
coming closer to
yeah.
Absuturov. Is he also then joining the +2 section or +3 section?
No, if he's on 4.5 out of 7, he would be on +2.
But still some chances remaining but okay, it depends pretty much on how the game between Nordibek and Vincent is actually ending.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Just wanted to quickly point out Stochek against Varmadam, complete mess. No idea what's going on. I would probably take white in the game just because I can go castles long, put a rook here and get my king safe. And this king is perpetually in danger. And so practically speaking, it might be easier for white, but it's also the sort of position which, objectively black might be okay, but how I don't know. Let's go to very quickly Vidit against Win. We just saw this move G3, which surprised you, Lizzie. He took and played knight.
Actually, G3, I checked it. It was like the move to make to only equalize, because now after 97, black is supposed to be fine.
Okay.
I just saw like that sometimes I'm checking things when they're very curious. But yes, this was in precision. The best move was really like even like bishop e3, sacrificing the piece here. But I mean, just to show this impact on material imbalances, if, for example, like here in this position, white would have sacrificed the piece by playing bishop e3 a couple of moves earlier. Like here, bishop e3, queen e5, and a takes p5. Here, those pawns have an impact. Because first of all, like they take a lot of squares of the minor pieces, so it's not so easy to develop, and they're all like in the opponent's territory.
Mm-hmm.
And this makes a difference compared to the position we have with the Mocha. And here it's just one pawn, by the way. Okay, c4 will be falling; it will also be two pawns, but there's a huge difference.
Yes.
Because the impact is totally different.
Yes.
Different. Okay.
Totally agree. But yeah, now in the position that we've got, the point is knight d7 doesn't lose a piece because, well, he played bishop e2, but the point is after takes, you can, firstly, you have to take. And the queen protects here. And if you give this, then what is the way here? Check. And now maybe just queen b3 or something like that. Just keeping an eye on this rook to not lose it. Not completely clear what the best way there is, but it wasn't believed anyway. Bishop e2. Now, why can't I just take and take and threaten this? What is wrong with this?
Well, actually, like now I like black's position a lot.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Taking on e5 might not be the only move either. Like you would love to be able to go b4, but rook c1 doesn't mean you can, really.
I didn't follow actually Donchenko. This was a question in the chat, but I mean, like that he has some amazing result now in the French league with nearly 7 out of 7. But
oh yes, that's right. Sorry, but Donchenko is on 6 out of 6 in the French league.
But I'm very, very happy and relieved for him because he had such a bad period in the last few months. He even lost his spot in the national team this year in Chennai, which was very like upsetting, or which must have been very upsetting for him. So I'm happy to see that he's back on fire and that he will get back to over to 600, because I think he was not close to be down, or he was even below, I'm not sure, but he had a very, very, very bad period he was suffering from.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's playing Van Forest today, and my understanding, I got a message actually in the break that he's beating Jordan Van Forest with the black pieces, which means
would be cool.
If he wins, he'll be on 7 out of 7, and he's played like Yesipenko and Erigasi and
Let me
I
just
mean,
check. For which team is he
yeah,
playing?
I don't know which team he's playing.
No, I will check quickly. Now I'm curious. Okay, he's German, so like I back your pardon that we will quickly observe that. Yes, he's totally winning currently.
Wow.
No, well, he's -10 only.
Only -10. That's not enough.
But okay, it's this kind of -10 where you need to be. Let me see how many moves are winning. -10 only if he finds the right move. That's upsetting.
He needs to find just a one move here, otherwise.
It looks like okay, but this move is logical. Yes, he played it. Haha.
He played it.
Yes, but it
He's a
was not.
genius.
It was not hard.
Okay.
And the rest is yes, the queen doesn't have space.
Okay. So
And
Donchenko gonna win.
yes, he will win. I mean, he will not take this. Please say like he will not take the butter from the bread or whatever you call. And he has 26 minutes. He will win. And then his performance. Now I'm curious. It is a team of Van Deuvre. His performance will be. Sorry, 1 second. Now,
Well, if he's on 7 out of 7, it must be like 3,500.
let me just see what he's winning. He is on 7 out of 7, and his performance is 3,355, and he's gaining 26.5 points.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to do at 2,600.
And he beat Esipenko with white, which was he beat Eric Gacy, the young Indian superstar who was increasing a lot lately, and Van Forest was black.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I mean, that's insane, actually.
It's almost sad that he's not playing for the national team in Germany.
Yeah, that's actually really sad that he didn't make the team.
Okay, but beforehand he was not in shape, and it would have been unfair towards the others who played better than him in this period.
Yeah.
So I mean, I understand the point, but it's huge. Just huge, yeah.
Huge. Well done to Alexander Donchenko. All right, going back to the game of the round in many ways, Hare Krishna Likwang in the Masters. We have this weird position where White has got the isolated e-pawn, but he's got very active pieces, a knight coming to f5. The black king is a bit shaky. You know, rook takes f6, exchange sacrifices.
Is a threat.
Exist for sure.
It's not existing. I think here currently it is a threat you cannot ignore, in my opinion.
So the stabilizing move is to play bishop e5. No,
yes, will be answered likely by knight f3 or knight c6. Maybe knight c6 is more precise because I don't allow rook d8.
That's a very annoying move. I can't do this, right? I can't be greedy. It doesn't feel.
It looks like a mate.
Does look like a mate.
But it's not mate. But like queen c4, nope.
No.
Queen d4. How you on? It's knight e6.
I'm gonna go f6.
No, but you can go knight. No, knight e6. I can take.
I've dropped the knight. Yeah, I want to go f6. I want to put the pawn on f6 and claim that the light squares are not.
Yes, maybe like actually it's not.
Feels like mate though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is going to get very, very sharp very, very quickly because I don't think there's a way just to randomly trade pieces and stabilize. So what other moves exist here for black? Not many. Knight
Well, you
g4.
have to play something like, I think knight g4 is possible. But here actually interesting if I can still answer just like I say, I don't care, play knight f5. Right?
Yeah. Looks way too risky to take here. Some move. Looks dangerous. And if I don't know, knight g4 knight g4 can't be. No, I mean, again, it's one of those positions where I absolutely do not take black ever, because I think finding the moves are very tough. And as the great Gary Kimovich said, a knight on f5 is worth a schnitzel. Is that what he
Well,
said?
this offside joke only the Germans understand about schnitzel.
A knight
And
on
the
f5.
Austrians.
A knight on f5 is worth a pawn. That's what Gary Kasparov said.
Well, we
Pawn-
say like in German, if there's a knight on f5 or on f4, the game is half won. That's what we say in German. I don't know if you heard about that. If a knight is on f4 or on
for
f5,
F5,
the game is half won.
How do you say, what's the best way to say that?
No, half won. I mean, like, steht ein Springer?
Half gewonnen?
Nee, halb gewonnen.
Half
So,
gewonnen.
like, steht ein Springer auf f4 oder auf f5, ist die Partie halb gewonnen. That's how we teach our kids.
Okay. But can I use that when I'm playing the Bundesliga?
Well, I mean,
If I need half a point against.
No, but half winning means not like that you get half a point. It's like that you're close to be winning. It's like already like the half step of the win is achieved already.
So you're saying I can't just put a knight on f5 and say to Nisipianu, draw, because I'm half won.
Well, you can try.
Half gewonnen. You know, that's what they say. Okay. I'll try that.
In German, actually, like Larissa, like if you say that, it's clear that it doesn't mean that half winning can mean half losing. It's not interpreted like that in German language. Actually, I think in German language it's crystal clear that you're close to be winning.
Okay.
If someone says like in German halb gewonnen, like half winning, it means like he's very close to the victory, and it doesn't mean anything else. The same is like if I say like half like losing, it's also like I'm close to be lost.
Okay. Well, I think some big practical issues here for Le Quang. Let's go to Navarra. We last saw it here where Lizzie was not a big fan at all, and I agreed. She played rook e8, knight b5, knight h5, trying to get rid of the bishop at least, which he does, kicks the knight Zwischenzug, and then takes back on e4. Big improvement to my eyes for black.
For black, yes, now it looks better.
Yes.
I got rid of some pieces. I have the bishop here, I have some pressure on d4, the pawns are equal. Actually, could have white done something else, or we just totally underestimated the position, overestimated the position? Could that be?
Tough to say, difficult to say. But whatever has happened, it looks as though David Navarra is very much in the game here. I mean, objectively, again, very tough to say who is better.
Okay, let me just check. I'm just curious.
Please do. Yeah.
If something was missed, because it looked by the look of it, it looked so much worse. No, but actually we overestimated White's position. It was never an issue.
No, nothing.
No, nothing special. Like 0.2 plus maybe, which is not a real plus.
Okay.
Yes.
So
we did overreact.
Okay. So
actually, like there are some games in the challenges which are half gewonnen.
Which ones are half?
Okay, the Hardcheck one we saw, the Michalik one, meanwhile, also like changed into a system which we have seen.
We actually saw.
We have seen some pattern like this, maybe in a different way or different execution.
Didn't we look at this exactly, this position?
Yes, but somehow like we had it in a different way, like with a pawn on.
No, we had this position.
No, we had it with like sacrificing on d6. like to have the CD6 pawn, which is huge difference in terms of the open files. So what we
Yes.
had is like that after f5, we discussed the move knight takes f5 here. And after knight takes f5, we discussed rook takes h5. And this actually is still better for white, but less clear.
What about rook d7? Come in while you can. And now I threaten to take. Wait,
Now this position should be lost, totally lost.
bishop c5. You can put the king in the corner. Knight takes g3 check is almost checkmate, for example. But I can take with the knight. Or,
Yeah, rook d7 is actually very strong.
well, it's a very logical move, isn't it? Because you put the rook into the position before black can cut you out with a move like knight d6 or bishop d6. So this move is just for me not even a close decision. And you now threaten to take, and it's very easy to calculate. Takes, check, king h1. And now knight f5 is coming, and rook d8 is
It's another issue which is not
3 halves gewonnen.
Yeah, dreimal mehr halb gewonnen.
I mean, knight f5, rook d8, and this bishop is just a pedestrian on the side of the wall.
Yes, he doesn't have squares. I mean, this game actually looks like, I mean, it would be nice for Michalek to win because he lost twice in a row. And it would give him some hoop.
He lost three times in a row.
Even 3 times in a row.
Yes.
It would get him some nice mood for the last 2 remaining games if he wins today. It would be nice. Yeah. He is, I mean, also Tashikaran, he finished the game. It was a draw, but it was the most boring structure we could see in the entire tournament today.
Okay.
It was this kind of Petrov structure.
Yes.
And yes, also Hacek, we already saw, was winning.
Yeah, well,
and the other games were not yet so clear.
What about the main board with Abdusaturov? Because we have exactly the position, by the way. We were
we had this discussion. And here before was played allowing queen e4. That's interesting. I wouldn't have allowed queen e4.
But what's the idea after queen e4?
Well, I mean,
if I just go queen e2?
Still, my queen is nice there.
Yeah, but, you know.
I can play maybe d5.
Oh.
Get some new, okay, then actually rook d1. Yeah, right.
This or e4 actually would be very strong.
Yes, this is true. Okay, maybe not that clear or not so easy.
Yeah, and I think white is happy to then play rook f1 next. Trade a pair of rooks, then play queen f3 and claim that this king is very bad. And if he manages to exchange queens, he's going to have a great ending. This could be bad for black still.
Yes, it's still not so clear. I mean, it's still not so clear, but it's like black is suffering. If someone is suffering, then it's black, of course. That is true. Let's have a last look at the main tournament before we go into the next break. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go to Shankland. Oh, a lot has happened here, my goodness. So we last saw h4. He went knight c4, Max Udler. g5?
Yes, why not? Play e4 is a good zwischenzug because it would be sad to get the knight not capturing the bishop.
And queen c4?
It's, I mean, like, you know, like black plays according to the rules. Activity of pieces, even though it means to give a clearance sacrifice, plus exchanging queens when he has a weaker king. And he's applying to both those rules. And now at least, you know, like black has a pawn down, right? But has a lot of activity.
He does, yeah.
And he is totally stable. So to me, it looks like he's not in trouble at the first glance. You disagree?
I'm not as convinced as you are.
Why not?
Why am I not convinced as you are? Because Lizzie, I'm getting older, and you know, I'm getting more materialistic. And
Yes, I'm not a materialist
you
at
know,
all.
I just played a tournament not so long ago, my first tournament after 2.5 years in Hamburg. And I was a pawn down in every game, pretty. And I spoke with somebody who's helping me a bit about chess. And he said, I don't have enough respect for the material, for the pawns. And he's right. And it really bothered me that I was a pawn down. And I'm not as talented as Parham, so I can't make it work like he can. And the point is that, you know, a pawn is a pawn. And I would still say that this position is probably still a bit difficult because I've got ways to improve here with white. Knight a5, for example. And the rook has to stay on the fourth. Sure, I mean, there are ways, but just as an example, if you go, I don't know, like knight a5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
This check, I don't think is anything like go king b1. So let's say you move the rook, I don't know, g4?
Maybe, yeah.
Now, like, I mean, it's very complicated, no? All of a
Even
sudden.
knight c6 is interesting.
Yeah, well, that was my main idea, is to try and trade this knight off. And I mean, it is still a pawn. I feel the compensation, but I don't see like the direct equalizer, if I can say it like that. So, and actually Sam has just played knight a5. So I'm very curious to see what Parham plans to play here to equalize. Let's go to Salem against Anton. And, well, I mean, David Anton is just having no luck at all this tournament. I mean,
Why?
he's worst. He's playing bad. He's worse in a bunch of positions. And here he's just, objectively speaking, worse as black. Weaker king, nice established knight on d4. This guy.
Yes.
I mean,
You
maybe
cannot play knight f5, you cannot play bishop f5. This is not working. And e4 is a plan.
Yeah, this is very nasty for black, potentially.
Yeah. No counterplay.
Yeah.
He has to watch. But maybe I can try something like king g8.
King g8.
But then actually my
If
queen
I go
is
e4. Ah, your queen is also loose here. You're saying knight f5 is actually in the air, no? Actually, nearly works.
Doesn't yet give so much.
Yeah, I like e4.
Yeah.
And now what do you do?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's very, very tricky for black. So Anton, how many points is he losing this tournament? He must be losing a fortune of points.
Yes, he can. He is not in the best shape of his life.
No.
So yeah.
Okay. So difficult there for Anton. And
Harry.
Well, yeah, Lequang did play a move. The speculative, but maybe objectively a good try, queen g4. Looking to
play rook ad8, preparing like the connection of the rooks, I guess. And claiming that rook takes f6 here is not a cup of tea to worry about.
Yeah, because now the queen protects the king. And if knight f5, now you can just park the bishop on e5.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, rook ad8 is a threat. Well, I wouldn't call it a threat. We should prevent it. No?
Well, Yeah, threat feels.
No, okay, but if rook a8, he will stabilize in the center. So how about knight c6? To try
Knights.
to
Wow.
annoy him.
Wow. Yeah, this move is playable, no?
I think it will be Harry's move. Harry is a provocateur.
A prophylactor.
Yeah.
Is that somebody who likes prophylaxis and acting? A prophylactor.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know it in terms of chess and dentist. But otherwise, I'm not sure
I'm
for
going
what
to the
you
dentist.
use it.
I'm going to the dentist. I haven't had a cleaning for a year, which is very bad.
But you can do the cleaning by yourself. There you can buy this kind of ultra technology devices. I have them. I bought them.
But I like them to do it. I like them to make me suffer and give me pain.
Well, I will not comment on that. I don't like it. I'm very happy since they sell this stuff.
Oh,
that
you
I
don't go
don't-
to the dentist?
Not anymore, because I can do it myself, and doing it myself is so much better.
No, I like going in there and them saying, well, actually, I don't normally get a terrible review, let's say. But yeah, I do have to go. It's been too long. Meanwhile, Nguyen is pushing. I mean, he didn't take on e5, which is, I mean, this is actually quite a big decision here, no?
Well, okay, not when the e5 pawn, is it so important like the b5 pawn?
Right. Yeah, so b4, I mean, this is the move you want to play, but my question is, excuse me, what do I do against rook c1? So let's try and work out what...
Now I will take on e5, and if you take on c4, I play a5, and I claim to have a passed pawn forever. That's the idea.
Ah, I see. You just want to stabilize this pawn on b4 like this.
Yes.
This is...
But honestly, I would also have grabbed the pawns.
Yeah,
in a way.
I mean, it's very tempting just to take, no? I mean, but I do understand this decision by Nguyen. I mean, this is also, you go bishop e6 next, and you're really running no risk as black. There's even some f5. You can actually still get very optimistic because this king is so weak. Maybe this is a genius move.
I checked the move, actually.
You like the move?
I checked it.
Oh, you checked it, and?
It's not the genius move in this position, apparently, was bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
After f takes e5. That was a genius dynamic.
What is this move?
Don't ask me.
Oh, and he just wants to take here like this. Similar to before, but maybe an enhanced version of this, basically.
The other option was b takes a4, which was also better choice.
B takes a4. Difficult move to play, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, b4, but this still feels like it's better for black, no?
No, it's for sure like more brilliant for black, because the king of white is like unsafe for a lifetime, which would always give black decent play, no matter even if I do some impreciseness or not. So yeah.
Vidit has really not.
I even bet on Vidit. This I remember.
What do you mean you bet on Vidit?
Like yesterday, I said he would win the game.
Oh right, yeah, right. So what, are we equal on breakfast, or am I winning? I can't.
No. We didn't bet about the results. We just like did some kind of prognosis.
Oh right. But what's the breakfast situation?
No, this is equal now.
It's equal. Do you think Nguyen will win this position, or do you think Vidit will hold?
So you want to make another bet on that?
Well, somebody, look, you're coming to my apartment on Friday.
After tomorrow, yes.
No, yeah, after tomorrow. And I feel like it would be nice to see you with a croissant. So
that is a breakfast, only a croissant. That's a cheap one.
That's a cheap breakfast.
In which area of Berlin are you? Alexanderplatz, somewhere close, or what?
Yeah, close. Mitte, near Gendarmenmarkt.
Oh, you could afford such a flat there? It must
Sorry?
be very expensive, no? But expensive.
Well, it's I don't know if I think they could definitely charge more.
But
but
how much they
probably I
charge
pay
per
more.
square meter, actually?
I don't know.
You can,
Anyway, the people don't want to know about this, but I have an apartment there, and
it's
yeah, by
perfect. I have to
Gendarmenmarkt.
be in Friedrichstraße, like by the
Very
5:30
close
or
to
something.
Friedrichstraße. Yeah, I'm just a 5-minute walk.
That's why it's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. So when you come, ideally I would like to win 2 breakfasts. So you can
No, but
come
you
with-
know, like if you live close to the Gendarmenmarkt, there is a chocolateria. It's called Hustle, or the Hustle, or the chocolate home.
around Gendarmenmarkt. I think I know
Yes,
which one it is.
and there they have brilliant hot chocolates
Oh, they do
and
hot chocolate.
brilliant coffees, probably too.
Okay.
I'll see what is close by.
But I have to win first. So do you think Vidit will hold this position?
So I mean, like, what result do you want to bet on?
I want to bet on win to win.
Okay, then I will say like that win will not win. So to have a bet.
Okay. So we need win to win. Okay, bishop e6. Come on, win for a croissant or a hot chocolate.
By the way, did we cover all the games from the A event? Yes,
Yeah.
we discussed it all, right? So
Yes.
maybe it's a time for another break. What do you think? Before the time trouble is going to take place?
Yes. That sounds good to me.
Okay, then I will ask for the break.
All right. So we're going to go for a very short break. And we will be back in a few minutes where we'll have, it seems as though only one result, right? Krasinovsky, Sashikiran has finished, but all the other games are in play. And yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not sure we are off
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Are we off yet?
Are we off?
No, I think they didn't read what we are.
Oh, they didn't read it. We're
no.
still on. We're still on.
You're still here, and they ignore us today.
They're gone. The admins are not there.
Meanwhile, we can say that Donchenko won his game against Van Forest, and he increased his performance to.
Incredible.
Wait, let me see the performance. I'm just curious if you can be even more than 3,350.
Of course you can. You can be 4,000.
I don't like what was the best performance ever. I'm not sure.
The best performance ever has to be Fabiano, no?
Like where?
Singfield Cup 2000.
How much did he do?
9 out of 9, no? Wasn't it?
9 out of 9 he did in the Singfield
No.
Cup? Seriously?
No. Yeah, I think he did.
Wait.
Was it? No. No, sorry. No, he didn't. 2004. Sorry, he was on 7 out of 7 in that tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was on 7 out of 7. Then he made 3 draws.
So, but then it's not a performance over 3,000 anymore.
I don't know. I mean, Carlsen, Topalov, Bashir, Aronian, Nakamura.
Okay, we are getting now into the break, so they communicate with us. So we will go now on the break.
Okay.
And we will discuss performances just after we are returning.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is round 7 of the Prague Chess Festival. Lizzie, I've got some good news.
Really?
For you, bad news for me. I owe you a breakfast. The Vidit Nguyen game ended in a repetition. I thought black was better. What happened here? He just allowed.
I'm in the lead
You're in the lead.
of
You have
breakfast. Now I'm thinking twice if I want to risk that lead.
Oh God.
But I will give you another chance.
Okay. Yeah. So a draw there, a misplayed position there by Nguyen, it seems, an opportunity missed. So a draw means, well, doesn't affect the top of the table too much, but let's go to Hari Krishna because we've got some action. And you remember we were talking about this rook takes f6 move. Hello. He played it immediately, which is shocking to me, actually.
Actually, like, it's a bit surprising because here it didn't seem so crystal clear to me, to be honest.
Not at all. But maybe, practically speaking, Harry thinks that this is a good idea. So takes, the knight came in. Okay, the bishop has to come back this way, yes, because knight h6 check is a threat. So bishop f8 is forced. You kick the queen. This is all very forcing. The queen has to go back. Also can't come here because check picks up the knight. And that's an easy win. And now you just hit the queen again, knight h4. And Zwischenzug, rook a d8. So what's the point here after if I go queen g7, for example?
Well, I go knight f5.
You just had that.
And queen d7 perhaps could be a difference. Could be. Not sure if there is. I mean, the thing is like that the rook d8 probably doesn't run away. But hang on. Maybe like here I have bishop f4 and you cannot really play rook d8 because, well, you cannot because knight e7 is a threat like after the sacrifice on d8. For example, like
in this position here.
if I play bishop f4, okay, you can play knight e6 and actually it's rubbish because you still get what you want. I don't know.
No, my point is that after knight h4, why can't you go queen g7? I mean, maybe it exists, and Harry was just thinking, okay, I'll repeat. But rook a d8 also looks perfectly reasonable. The queen, I guess, has to move, no? So queen f3 looks like the square for the queen. The queen goes back to g7, only move. I see no other move. And now if knight f5, queen g6, and the queen is saying, okay.
He's always saying, like, I think he will not lose. But Harry, of course, indeed is what we call ahead a bit in this game, but not decisively ahead.
Yes.
He's below time.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those.
Your microphone is a bit unstable. I'm not.
Oh, my microphone is unstable?
But okay, maybe it was just because your hand was close to it.
Yes, I'll keep my hand away. Is that better?
Yeah, I just tell you that it's
no, please do.
For the audience, because it seemed like we had the hands there, and then when the hand was gone, it was good, and when the hand was there, it was bad or something. That's how it felt. Now it's fine.
Okay, so very unclear position, very difficult to say what. But the good news is like Harry's got the draw in hand, but the bad news is if he wants to win the tournament, he should try and win.
Yes, and he's lower on time by at least 15 minutes, which may be a point here as well.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Pons Navarra has entered a position which looks
very drawish, no?
Yeah, kind of okay. The bishop can just drop, maybe, and consolidate rook f3 and queen e7. I don't see this
Yes,
being
rook
such a...
e3.
Yeah, you can see some repetition like
Repetition.
this. If you go, you can't move the knight, right? I mean, you can, but no, you can just take. Sorry, you take.
No.
No, I see absolutely nothing in this now. Really, bishop g6 is really just such a standard move, consolidating. So no, nothing really exciting there. Now, what about this position here? Salem against Anton.
It looks like black improved a bit, but maybe
Still looks difficult for black, no? Because he still can't go knight here, right? Or can he?
it looks better than before, to be honest, but maybe it's just...
No, I don't think he can do that, because I go rook e5. You can take on d3. Oh, okay. Well, if you can play knight f5, then everything's hunky-dory.
Well, I mean, I was thinking you can take and play rook e7, but the d3 is high. But actually the position is of course it's better for white, but it's not winning yet. I just checked a bit.
Can I go rook e5? Wait, what about rook e5 here?
Rook e5, and if I take on d4.
Yeah, but now I take, and you haven't got bishop g6 blocking the check, so rook g5 is just...
Yeah, this is annoying. Yes, this is indeed annoying.
Yeah, and if you go back now, I'm starting to get ideas. For example, knight e6 check.
And after f takes g6, you claim you have some checks
I
on
don't.
g5.
But I
don't.
You
have. You can take the queen and play rook g6 check, and this is the game changer.
Yeah, this is actually winning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so knight f5, rook e5 might be losing, and if that doesn't work for David Anton,
I will try rook e8, I guess, because I should change the attacking pieces when I'm in the defense. That looks very natural to me. If it works, but I don't see why it shouldn't work.
Well, I can always take and be slightly better.
You know, like what I can do? I can take on e8.
Yeah.
I can play knight f5 check, knight f5 and bishop f5, and claim that this ending gives me chances because of all the pawns on the white squares. But okay, you take on c3 and you play, of course, b6.
Yeah.
And I think
it's maybe not enough to win.
That's not enough to win, I suppose.
Nice try, though.
Someone asked if you also can owe him a breakfast, and he would have the same like I have.
What do you mean?
Someone in the chat asked if...
No, I don't understand the question.
No, can you owe me a breakfast too? I will have what Elizabeth is having.
Can you owe me a breakfast? Oh, just some random guy wants my money?
Well, okay. In a way.
Okay, some random guy wants my money. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah, sure. Send me your address and I'll send you a hot chocolate by mail.
A picture.
Yeah, but okay, in this game, Anton clearly on the back foot. Really just haven't seen a game with Anton just like in a better position somehow.
No,
Feels
he
like
was against Li Kuang. He was.
Oh, Li Kuang.
He was trying even, but this was, I think, one of the rare moments where he had. Actually, I think Makazotlu equalized already. Yeah,
I mean, let's just jump in here. So we got the position after move 33. What are the pawns? 2-4, 2-4 each. Looks nice centralization of the pieces. King is active. Has to be fine for black. Has to be. Don't even want to analyze it. Abdusaturov.
That's interesting, of course.
Right, now we've got a Wow, white to move here. So what's the score?
Well, the score is nothing yet. But
No, I
what's the
mean in
situation
terms of the
assuming?
material. I mean in terms of the material. He's a pawn up, no? I'm not going crazy. Yeah, white is a pawn up, but it's a double pawn.
But g3 is hanging.
And g3 is hanging and e5 is hanging. So what is the move? Is he no, sure.
No, he's not losing, because even after knight g4, knight g3, I can take on f8 and just change the queens. The other option is g4 instead of knight g4, but I don't see other options but those two moves.
G4, this is probably the move. And if here, yeah, you're right. Now, at the very least, I have this. And this is probably a draw, man, you know?
Yes, it's a little bit stucky.
Yeah. So actually, g4 might just be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, I have, does it make a difference? No, probably not, right?
No, but here
Oh, no, actually, I can lose.
I wanted to say that this
I'm losing.
may do.
Oh, wow.
Or may impact your result.
That's very sad.
But after g4, also black can take on e5.
Yeah. And can I mean, I want to go queen g4, but I don't see quite how it works. No, it doesn't seem that. I can go knight g6 first, but I guess it's nothing. And now g4.
It's the same.
Similar stuff. Yeah, this is a sort of position which could end up just being a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very easily. Yes. Okay. What else is going on? So, okay, I'm seeing that Michalik did put his rook on d7.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d6, knight f4, b6, and it's white to move. And he has just moved. He has just literally snapped this pawn off.
I would have done the
this
same.
is a catastrophe for black. This bishop has got 0 squares.
And after rook takes a7, it's not getting any
take,
better.
You put bishop, you have many ideas. Rook.
No, I think like PICF made a very bad choice to play the Berlin, because he's a young guy. He's very dynamic. There's no need to play boring classical stuff at his age.
Yeah. No, I agree. It was a bit too passive.
We can see if the Mocha meanwhile is winning.
Oh. We've got action in Racek trying his best to make this piece work, but Hans Niemann says, no, thank you.
Take on b2.
You just take. I just move my king.
Yes.
You
then take queen f6.
Float in, and I take with check somewhere.
I take on
king e8. I have this check. My goodness. Actually, we could get this in the game. Knight 65 will just end the game immediately, I expect. This is probably also winning. Any move is good here. But this has to be crushing.
Looks like
Racek not going to survive. Remember this Stochek game? I said it was a complete mess. And I said that white has got the practical chances. I would take white all day long here.
Really? It's not so clear to me. Okay, you have a weak king. I agree with you. But apart from the weak king, okay, maybe like if queen c2 is a threat, then I withdraw my statement and I take knight 2.
Okay.
It's white to move. So queen c2, e4
rook c4 has just been played.
So queen c2, e4.
Queen
maybe not queens. Maybe queen d3 is more thrilling.
What do you want to do?
Vidit and Werner coming for an interview without us. So we will take a short break.
Okay, we'll take a break and then we'll come back to this game.
Could you please describe the course of the game?
It was a completely crazy game. He surprised me in the opening with a very rare line, and the nature of position is that it's super complicated. And I was already like 45 minutes down on the clock. It was very annoying, but I felt that I missed one chance. I think when he played this move Queen A5, I could play Bishop D2. Maybe White is slightly better. But in the game, I was just it was so chaotic. I have no clue what was happening. So I think it was a very fighting draw in the end.
And was there any chance to avoid this move repetition?
In the end, if I try to avoid it, I'll just get worse because his pawns are very advanced. So I don't think White had any chance there. But I think in the opening, for sure, I could improve the play.
Thank you very much for coming. What was the game like from your point of view?
Today I decided to surprise my opponent with Queen's Gambit accepted and very interesting, but not the first line of computer with this e5, bishop b4, knight f6 and b5, and it's extremely sharp. And I actually didn't remember the details after d takes c5. I only remembered the main move bishop e3. And after he played d takes c5, I was actually a bit panicking because I didn't remember if I should play queen a5 immediately or queen c7 followed by queen a5. So I actually don't know if I played correctly or not, but after, yeah, it was a crazy position. I think it felt to me like I was better at some point, but I'm not exactly sure how. And so in the end, after a long thought, I decided to play b4 and go for this move repetition, which at this point is just a draw. I don't think anyone can play for win there.
So it was quite difficult and you didn't have everything under control.
Yeah, of course, there was no control today, but neither did he have control, so I think it was an interesting opening choice. I'm quite happy with it, and a draw for me is good.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll rejoin the action. We were looking at this game, Stochek Varmadam, and Lizzie said
Queen d3.
I mean, just optically, I'm threatening mates. I have my two rooks. I have the two bishops. Qu'est-ce que c'est, as we say. I mean,
Actually, like, isn't it just?
why isn't this
Lost?
good for white? I still didn't understand.
No,
why
white is like winning. I said that's what I said.
Oh,
Like I
it's
saw
winning.
the idea of queen d3, queen c2 a little bit late. But
like this is just over. No, it's immediately resigns. No,
had he taken was
he
supposed to
blundered
take
something. Rook takes c4 must be a huge blunder.
It's just
I
blundered.
mean, this is an awful blunder to make, by the way.
Let me just see if how the position was before that.
Okay.
Just curious how
Okay.
bad it was. No, this is now game over.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's +5.
Okay.
But it was already +2.5, even
Okay,
without that
so
blunder.
it was already very difficult.
It was queen d3 actually was already coming. But you know, the position was equal just in the moment after rook dg1.
Rook dg1.
Yes, and here after rook dg1, he had to take on e6, which is actually crystal clear to me.
Yeah.
And then he didn't take it, and the bishop took on g4, and it was over.
Wow, what a collapse! Actually,
I
by
mean, it was
Marta.
just like a one
Shocking.
move thing.
Actually,
It was
what
a
is
one,
this collapse?
It was a one move thing. I mean, it's
I mean, I'm
amazing.
really surprised. Aren't you? I mean, this for me just looks incredibly unbelievable by somebody as strong as this guy. I mean,
No, but
he's
actually
one-
after rook dg1, I mean, now it changes. I will show you something
Sure.
funny. Go back.
Okay.
Like after rook dg1, like queen takes e6 fails. And now I ask you why.
Okay. Rook dg1 after queen takes e6. Sorry.
Yeah, queen takes e6 also doesn't work, and I'm asking you why.
Why?
Let's
Test
check
me.
out the tactic trend.
Okay. Not. I have some. No. Yes. It so nearly works, but I don't know what to do. Oh, I really want to play bishop f3.
No,
But-
it's easier than that.
Oh, it's easier than that.
Yes. If you calculate variations, how you do
Yes.
that? This you must
Look
have.
at the forcing moves first.
Yes. So checks and captures.
Yeah. So I wanted to play this, but
Yes.
I couldn't make 95.
But why you have to take with a rook? It doesn't threat much. Bishop 95.
sorry.
Yeah.
And
Bishop
then
g4.
this is
Queen
very nice.
f7 and something
Now
like
here.
bishop e6.
This is very nice. Nicely done. Yep. So that's why he went rook afa. He might have even seen that, but yeah, queen d3 is just the end of the game, so we don't have to do it.
Yes.
Hans Niemann also has ended the game after rook f7 check. So a nice win for him. Michalik is going to win this game unless he has a complete brain freeze. And what is going on in the main game? What is this? Horse. It's trapped behind enemy lines.
Is it lost now?
What is this? No, because I can go like knight f6, rook f6, g4, no?
Yes, but it looks like something I would never even consider.
But now I'm threatening this, no? So it's actually quite principled.
No,
No,
knight f6 has to be played.
Rook f6, g4. And now probably he wants to go queen e5, I guess. And if gf5, queen c3, and you can suddenly be worse with
No, queen g3, you never be worse.
Never be worse?
No.
No, maybe you're right. But it's a messy position.
Yes, but knight f6 is forced.
You sure?
Well, what is your option?
Well, I thought you could play
g4 is, for example, losing the game.
g4. G4 loses to what?
Knight h6. And after knight f6?
Knight, queen somewhere. No, wait, there's a check.
Queen
Right.
f8.
Check.
Check, yeah. Every
And you're
gives
just
a
saying
check.
that the
King
ending is winning.
g6. And we have a problem in the ending, yeah.
Yeah, the ending is bad because I lose g4.
Mhm.
That's true.
And e3.
Okay. But knight f6 is kind of crying out to be played, right?
Yes, unless he miscalculates by doing something else, but like g4, but yeah.
Actually, what if I go after, what is it like? What I go here, 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 here. What if I go rook here? Threaten mate.
g3, I have no wait, I have f6 as well.
Yeah, you might want to throw, but then I can maybe even take.
No,
right?
I play g3.
G3.
And
Okay, and what
now
if I?
now you go on rook f6. But then I claim that even
No,
after
no.
queen d2,
Rook
I don't.
f6.
Well, if you wanted.
It was just there.
Yes, but you provoke g3 and you go back and you avoid this way that the queen can ever get to g3.
Ah, I
It's not
see,
that
yeah, I
you
see.
get a provocation threat.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's very true.
All right, so some good chances.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go back to the main game, and guess what? He did make the draw, Harry.
Oh,
He didn't
Jesus,
believe.
Harry Barry, come on.
Well, I just don't think he has a solid way to.
Niemann is coming. Hans is coming
To
for an
move.
interview with us.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, we'll see Hans in a minute. So that ended in a draw. This is almost certainly going to be peaceful. And David Anton looks like he's getting pushed away and suffering, I would say. David Anton really not at the races, as we say.
Short break we have to do.
Okay, short break, and then we'll see the one and only Hans Niemann. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are joined by one of the winners today, Hans Niemann. Hans, well done. We didn't understand anything about this game because, and I'll speak from a strategic point of view. Racek decides to play the Najdorf, but to play this opening, you really need to know stuff, right? And it felt like he just didn't know his theory. What was your impression?
One question, actually.
Yes.
Already.
Okay.
Knight bd7, they usually don't play because of bishop c4. I mean, at least according to the old theory. Did something change there?
Well, I wasn't. I probably wasn't as well prepared myself. Like I wasn't expecting Najdorf, to be honest.
Oh.
Like
okay.
I exactly through your logic, he seems to be avoiding Najdorf bishop g5 because I don't think he's up theoretically.
Yes.
Updated.
So after knight d7, I was like already a bit
out of
like,
book.
I was.
You can admit it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like I have played bishop g5 twice before, recently actually, but they were both different lines. But I sort of know that all the stuff is pretty bad anyways, so I was comfortable. I wasn't really worried.
Because, yeah, you played this important move, bishop c4. I think that's really a big move to play when the queen is not on c7. And yeah, around here, it was already like, I thought he was going to go g5. Now, I don't know if you...
No, but the critical point here is actually after e5, what do you think the best move is? Because e5 is a very important move.
e5 for black?
Yes. After e5, what do you think, Lawrence?
e5? You're testing... I hate that she was doing this to me before as well. Like,
I think there's one move here.
Okay, I mean, white has got a lot of interesting. I mean, knight d5 is kind of screaming.
No, there's one move. There's one move.
There's one move. Okay, you can go g5 as well here.
Well, look at you! Look at that intuition. But I want to see the calculation behind it. But
I mean, I haven't looked at you. You're putting me on the spot.
No, but basically g5 is really important here.
Okay.
Because after hg5 you open up the g file. I can even go knight f5.
No,
and you kill him
hg5
on
the
this.
point is 96.
Knight e6.
Now you go
even.
knight e6. Yeah, this
okay.
try. And on ed, I take on f6, I assume.
And then so I take an
You
f6 and let's say bc3, then I play
Yeah,
gf6,
we better put this for the
dc
people.
take,
Yeah,
and okay, king g7,
yeah.
rook g1,
Yeah.
no, h,
Oh, the other one.
h.
Sorry, yes, too. Yeah.
King h7, and here I think e5.
E5 looks.
And now,
Can I-
let's say queen
Yes.
h4. No,
Okay,
h4,
queen h4,
bishop
let's
d3.
carry. Yeah.
King h8,
Yeah.
queen e4,
Yeah.
f5, queen
Yeah.
g2, queen f4,
Yeah.
king b1,
Yeah.
queen g5,
Yeah.
queen h3,
Yeah.
queen f4, rook f1, queen d2, rook g2.
And this you calculate all.
Or no, I'm just freestyling.
No, I have a question actually. If I don't take on g7 and play rook e8, I mean f7 is hanging, but let's say I don't care.
Yeah, rook e8
I-
and rook d6. And
Rook
bishop f7
d6
is...
and I don't have, and even queen h4 will not save the game. I mean, give some chances.
Well, even queen h4, I just go rook g1 and bishop f7 is coming. And you have no moves.
Ah,
So something like this, I was confident that would be good for me.
And I can't take on f7 here, no?
Maybe it's-
not.
maybe it's working, but I don't. Okay, I do not. I took a little bit of an intuitive feel with this calculation.
Yeah, but g5 definitely feels like them. But e5 felt weird to me. But g5.
Because the problem is
did you
E5
consider this
no,
move?
Come
at
on,
all?
no chance.
I also thought no chance, but actually whenever I tried, I couldn't make it.
I don't even want to. Okay, we should not look at this move.
Okay, well, you
Yeah,
don't want to look
I
at it.
thought the
I mean, it's to a certain extent, it's very.
Okay, g5 before you castle, but like after you castle, you play g5. Like
Usually
I think
h4 is the
you'll be,
answer,
like,
but
I think you'd be afraid to be like, shunned by, how can a grandmaster play g5? Okay,
Well, I
but
mean,
of
he
course
played b5, which was
No,
not
this is
much
even
better.
worse.
to be
Yeah,
fair.
this is even
Yeah,
worse.
I mean, so talking about being shunned, yeah, e5 just wins. I mean, I'll be honest, the game is not that interesting to a certain extent because it's just, there's not enough compensation. I don't really get anything about this game. It's shocking to me that he can play like this, actually. I mean,
Yeah, maybe, yeah. So if you continue, maybe what I did wasn't the cleanest, but I thought it was fine.
well, I think this is all natural.
I thought g5, like, okay,
Yeah, g5.
h5,
Yeah.
maybe I'm not supposed to allow this. Like, instead of, what I should play is after rook b8, I should just play king b1, and then g5.
Mm-hmm.
So this was slightly inaccurate, but like, okay, g5, king b1, rook h1. I don't. Okay, I thought,
Why not?
look at the dark squares. Look at my knights. Like,
I got it.
you just.
I feel you.
No, I think I
feel
played
you.
fine.
I think it's fine. You just
Yeah, knight
I
f7
mean,
was
knight
nice.
f7 is-
But yeah, so knight f7. Okay, obviously king takes. You could go king g8, but the point is, so no. Now king g8 takes, king h8, queen h5, okay, king g7, queen h6, king g8. No, not f7. King g8, and now I go g6. And there's really interesting line bishop e8, g7. Let's say queen g7, rook g1, and now rook b2. if king a1, you go rook b1.
Rook b1 and you lose.
So okay, obviously we
Do you
can go.
lose?
We can go.
No,
if
you
rook
don't
b2
lose
happens
yet.
earlier, I need to just go king c1.
Wait, yeah, you do lose here because
Why?
take g1
Yes.
hangs.
No, it's a
and
draw.
King
It's a
b2,
draw.
King b2. I mean, it's not over yet.
No. Okay, you can make a draw by rook b1, rook b1, rook b1, queen c3, rook b2, and it's a perpetual.
This.
No, but you can take on h6 the queen, no?
Ah,
yeah, you
yes.
can-
Oh,
Sorry.
wow.
Yeah,
So I
that's what
thought like that
thought
if you
wanted.
should play king
That's
takes
what I-
b1 and then at least king b2 and hope
Yeah,
to
yeah,
hold
yeah.
this, but
But you probably don't hold this, no?
Probably
Or
not.
maybe
Well,
some
maybe.
d4 at some
not.
point.
Yeah.
But obviously this is a catastrophe.
Yeah. So
that's
then, so the point is that even
the
before
king
this,
goes
okay,
to
just king c1, and of course there's nothing. But this was the concrete way to do it.
But
So okay, I was a bit confused, and then once I saw g6, g7, I was like, okay.
is there a reason you didn't take on d5 as well?
No, because what I played is forced mate.
Oh, what you played is just first mate.
So if rook f7, he goes. So okay, what the point is it's a king d8, rook f8, king e7, queen f7, king d6, queen d5, king e7, queen f7 mate. So it's just forced mate.
That's nice. Probably a number of forced mates.
No, of
right?
course there. 95 was winning, but I wanted
You wanted mate.
I wanted just every move, the check, every move.
Weird game because you both were kind of semi-bluffing, him more than you, and I mean this. I'm
But
really shocked.
I think
that-
my range was a little bit stronger than his. You know, with my semi bluff. You know,
Yeah,
I think
your
my
semi-bluff.
I have another
Yeah.
question because like we saw like from your rating chart that before the pandemic you were like 25 or 24,
24.
8.
24
Something?
like 60.
Yes, and then after the pandemic you were like almost 2700.
Well, no,
What
I
did
did
you
not
do?
really. You cannot really say after because I was playing during the pandemic.
Yes, but I
So-
mean, like, what did you do during the pandemic? Because I can imagine that there were not so much tournaments, at least not in Germany
Well,
or in
well, I
Europe.
played every tournament that existed.
Ever.
like-
Ever?
No, but I literally
How many games did you play in 2021?
259.
Oh my god.
2021. 259.
But in
How many?
2020.
259
Yeah.
But
games.
hang on, I mean, probably he's counting Rapid and Blitz
No.
and online.
Rapid and Blitz is like 370.
You
You
played
mean like only classical over the
259
board?
Yes, classical 259 games.
How is that
And it-
even possible?
No, there wasn't a lockdown so much in 2020. In 2020,
So I'll tell you, from
March was a
January
lockdown.
2021 to December, I played 259 games.
January to December 2021.
Yes, this
you played
2021 I
200.
played. If you look at the rating list, you can see the games. It's,
Where? How?
In
Where-
America,
where-
I guess.
In America?
what do you mean America?
Well, in the
And you-
US.
No, it was Italy, Spain, Serbia.
And you just stayed in the country and played back to back
No,
to back.
I left. In December of 2020, I was a senior in high school, and I ditched class for 4 months, and left the U.S. for 6 months, and I stayed from December to May. I did not come back to America, and I played average like 35 games per month then.
How? Wait,
That's
30,
just-
that's three. I don't even understand how you play 35 games. a month. There are 30 days in a month.
Four tournaments a month.
It's double
4
rounds.
tournaments a month.
Yeah, sometimes single, sometimes double. Yeah.
You
You know,
played
that's-
literally every day for a whole year.
But
Not
Lawrence,
well.
he's young.
No, but if you look at the 2021, from December to May was non-stop basically. Maybe 2 days even in between tournaments max. And then from May, I took like a 3-week break because I had to actually graduate from school. So I had to do like 4 months of schoolwork in 2 weeks so I could graduate because I just skipped school for 3 months.
That's
So
unbelievable.
I took 3 weeks, but then
I
from,
thought you were a real talent, and now I've realized you just play 260 games, and anybody could do that. I'm joking.
Yeah, well, no, it's
no.
more like from December 2020 to now, the longest break that I've had was probably this year for a month and a half because my rating is so high. I can't play so many tournaments.
Of course, now you can't.
But still,
You
this
put it
year
in-
I intend to play at least 150 games. So I have a schedule planned until the end of the year already. So
So can
Oh
you
my-
tell us or share with us the schedule unless it's a
sure.
secret?
Okay.
So after this, I'm going to Armenia to play round robin. That starts 2 days after
Okay.
this. After that, there's 5 days until Bundesliga final. I play 5 games, board 1 there. And then
Maybe
after
you
that,
shouldn't announce it because people will prepare against you.
that's not.
Oh well,
Maybe I should.
That's-
do
We will
something.
skip that. We will
that's
cut
out
it
the
off.
bag. Never mind.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you can't guess.
No, but
his
I think it's
openings
well
anyway.
known. No, but it's well known because okay, we'll see. I don't really care. But and then after that, right the day that Bundesliga ends, I will the Champions Chess Tour starts.
Oh, you
So,
got an invite. to
in the
the
morning,
Champions.
I'm playing last Bundesliga game, and then that evening I play the tour event
How?
because
The online,
the
I
game is
guess.
at 10 a.m.
Oh,
and-
the game is
and it starts
online.
at 6 p.m. So then
It
I'll
makes
play
sense.
that for a week, and then okay, in July, unfortunately,
Yeah.
July to August I'll have a month break, but then unfortunately in August I'll play Turkish League, which Polish
Yeah.
League, Spanish League, and then the U.S. Championship.
Okay, we got it. You play a lot of chess. We
Yeah,
get it.
and then obviously we'll see what invites come, but I expect to be
Wow,
We'll see, yeah.
that's an
But why not?
impressive.
If you have a
story.
good shape, then it's.
Oh no, but they're also very good tournaments.
Take
Turkish
points.
league is 10 games, 2680 average maybe. Polish league
Yeah.
2650 plus. Spanish league 2700. So I am not going to like play stupid tournaments, but if there's strong event where I think I can play strong players, then I would play every single day if I could. But it's simply not logistically possible.
What's your goal in chess? Do you have a goal, a certain goal?
World champion. What other goal is there?
Ah,
I love it. Yeah, he's aiming high.
No,
I
but
love
like
it.
I'm not like living, eating, sleeping, and breathing chess and like setting out everything else if I wasn't ambitious. Like what would be the point of sacrificing all these things if I?
No, I mean like you're really sacrificing the opportunity to study and to take like a good job, for example, in the US. That's a question about.
No, I think I like the money I make
Job?
with chess.
Don't worry about it. You're like 17, right?
18. My birthday is in
18.
a week.
You're 19 in a week, are you?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you're too young for jobs are for people.
No, but chess is a very good job. I'm
Chess is
making
a
more
great
money than
job.
all my classmates, so it's okay.
Yes, but in the
Okay.
US, if you have a good job, you would earn much more than a chess player unless
No,
you're Magnus
No
Carlsen.
chance.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm making much more now, and I will make much more.
Okay, compared to your compatriots at school, I agree. But if there's a businessman in America, I think he makes it 40,000, no?
How much?
30, $40,000 like a month for a businessman
A month.
in economic field
Yeah,
in the
but
US.
I'll make that very soon. So.
Okay, then we
I
are
love
like
it.
looking forward
It's
to
not-
that.
no, but I don't think making money in chess is a real problem. It's just how you. No, I think the thing about making money in chess, a lot of chess players don't know how to make money. It's not really that. there's no
Usually,
money
when
in
you're
chess.
below 27, you suffer actually as a chess
Well,
player
it depends.
nowadays.
Okay, it all depends on things. But I think that a lot of chess players just don't know how to make money, and they can make a lot more money than they realize.
If they had your charisma and your spirit, maybe yes. But you know, like that, even if you're like 2,700, you need the invites, you need the opportunities to play. And if you're not popular, let's say,
Yes.
then it's much harder. So
Oh, yeah, no, I should say I should be. Yes, I have some good support and everything, but also at the beginning I had no support, right? So I funded all of my tournaments. Like my parents were not paying for anything. Like all these tournaments I was playing for 2 years, I paid for everything myself. So
you have a sponsor now?
well, yeah, I okay, the Play Magnus Group brand ambassador, but some chessable things, and okay, those give me income, but I have conditions. Okay, I'm not really.
Of course,
worried
he's
about money.
27.
No, yes. No, of course now you get good conditions in tournaments and you basically don't have expenses anymore, which you had before when you were not 2650.
Yeah, but it
plus,
should note
let's say.
that I should be very fortunate to. I'm very fortunate to be where I am because there are many junctions where I could have quit chess and
Yeah.
like. I think the fact that I'm here is already a massive miracle. Regardless of my confidence, like I can be realistic with the fact that it was. There are many things like okay, there was one point in my trip in Europe where I was 2508. It was April of 2021. I was 2508 and I had skipped school for 4 months. I was like about to go home, and before I went home, I gained like 60 points in 1 month. So you know they're like.
It could be fate.
It should be noted
destiny.
that to get here, I had to take some very very ridiculous risks. Like I literally like spent all of my money that I made from Twitch, and just you know it was
love it.
like it was I was going all in on myself to get here. So that should be
But
noted.
you know
It wasn't
what?
like I was just magically like gaining all this rating. Like I took some very very irrational decisions to get here.
But you know what? If you're going to go all in on anything in life, on yourself is the way to do it. That's what Shaq O'Neal said.
Yeah, exactly,
And-
exactly.
He's right. So I think what you've done is
Amazing. I mean,
amazing. I think
it's an
it's
amazing
amazing.
drive. I mean,
it's an amazing story, and you're so young, and the story has just begun. So Hans, you're on. Let's very quickly go back to the tournament. You're on
2 plus?
Yes,
plus two, yeah. So that's already, you know, that's rating. That's
Well,
that's
considering
the
my
right.
start, it's very good, right? Like
Yeah, absolutely. And who have you got left? So you've got,
I have a
Michalik?
double white now, so
and you have the double white Michalik, and you've got no, you don't have double white. You've
Yeah,
got
I-
black. You've got black against Krisanovsky in the last round.
So I think
You
I'm
still
feeling
have
good.
good chances to win the
You
tournament.
have a great
because
chance to win the tournament.
Likely, Keimer and
Let's have a look at the position.
Not
will
be a
play
draw,
a draw.
for sure.
It's a draw, which is good for you in
Of course,
in
it's
this
very
case.
good for me. So now I'm half a point back, and I'm playing the two bottom people.
Yeah,
And then my opponents are also playing each other. So you
great
know,
chance.
things are improving. Things are improving, but I think it's very very weird because the last my tournaments have either gone like, okay, I just win every game and no matter what, or in Sharjah I started with a loss in a very very poor way, and then after this I scored 4.5 out of 5, and here I started with a terrible loss and I'm like 4 out of 5.
So you've got what we call that bounce back ability.
No, but usually it's actually very, regardless of the result, I'm very happy with this. Just aside, because if you look at my previous tournaments, I would not have any draws. My result, I'd either be plus 20 rating, minus 20 rating. If I lose a game, it would be the end of my tournament. So I think I'm just happy to fix this problem, regardless of the result.
Hans, let's ask. I've got to ask a couple more questions. I know I'm taking the time, but me and Lizzie, obviously, we're talking about your name. Lizzie is German. Hans Niemann.
Well, don't forget my middle name.
Yeah,
Moke.
So
Well,
what's
there's a few ways. There's a few ways. to
What's
pronounce
the Niemann? What's the Hans and the Niemann about? Let's start with that.
So Hans was inherited from my great grandfather, who's Danish.
Danish. Okay.
And Hans is also a Danish name.
Yes,
It's
yes.
basically a Nordic name which can account for
Yes,
Scandinavia
and-
and for Germany. True.
And Niemann was also inherited from
Got it.
him. So
But
I was
it's no
named-
Jewish connection because it could
No,
be
no Jewish
typically
connection, no,
a Jewish
um,
name as well.
Yeah, no. The double N is very German, so I understand why people assume that I'm German, because it's really really German.
You're more German by name than Vincent Keimer is actually.
Yes, probably. Yeah. So, but my middle name Mok, or
Oh,
traditionally
it's
it
Mocha.
means.
We've been saying Mocha.
Yeah, well, it's technically Moka. It is.
Moka.
So I am actually Hawaiian.
Oh wow.
Yes, like not like just like native Hawaiian. I'm not the tannest guy, so it's
Yes.
hard to pass. But I have some Hawaiian roots, and it's a religious name.
Someone
So
someone
Mocha
mentioned
means-
actually.
Oh
It
yes.
means Moses in Hawaiian.
Yes, actually
Right.
someone mentioned
Yeah.
it like some days
Yes.
ago on stream because we were wondering from what the name comes from, and he was even saying it was Hawaiian and stands for Moses. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, it's just just all of my siblings have some Hawaiian name, either their middle name or their yes. So
Okay.
it's like
And this middle name is actually is real because you're doing really holy stuff in the last 2 years,
yeah.
according to your chess level. So
Yes.
That's
it
true.
suits you well.
You might be the Messiah coming back. Well, Moses wasn't quite the Messiah. I know I'm going to get killed for that, but you know, we'll take it. Look, Hans. Look, we thank you so much for hanging out with us. By the way, is this over? This game of Chalik? Is that? Yeah, that's done. So there's a bunch of done games since we started. So it looks as though, let's quickly have a look for Hans as well.
A question
So-
from the chat. 1 second.
Yeah.
What languages do you speak?
Just English, but it should be noted there's some confusion of where I was born. I'd like to just clarify that I was born in San Francisco. Some people for example, I lived in the Netherlands for 3 years, from the
Okay.
age of 7 to 9, and I was fluent in Dutch. I was going to Dutch school. I learned how to play chess in the Netherlands. I played like Dutch national championship, but
You forgot it, no?
I was fluent in Dutch, but when I moved back, I never spoke it again. It was just something that at home we would never speak Dutch. So because my parents.
Do you
worked-
still understand it?
No. So basically the reason I think I took a neuroscience class, and basically the time I left Netherlands when I really got into chess. So sort of chess took over the space in my brain, and why would I need to speak Dutch in America? So I sort of just disappeared, which is more common than you think. But if I lived in Netherlands for a few months, it would come back quite easily. Because if you learn it young, it's there, but it's not there.
It's deep inside you.
Yeah,
But
it's
I mean,
quite
like
deep
if you nowadays listen to Dutch players and they're speaking Dutch, do you still feel it, or you can understand,
No,
or
it's just sort of all gone. But if I have been told by experts that I could definitely
resume
easily,
it.
it would come back if I make the effort. Because I learned it very quickly. In 3 months, I was fluent.
Okay, you were a kid. I mean, like at this age, you learn it like learning a new opening,
Yes,
even much
exactly,
quicker than
yes,
that.
Yeah, so that is I don't speak Dutch unfortunately, but just English. Okay, some Latin I know as well. I took Latin for 2 years, so okay, some Latin is not a spoken language really, but I can.
It's good to know the basics because it helps you for all the other kind of
Yeah,
languages
but I have
from this
pretty
group.
good knowledge of the Latin language, but not cannot speak it.
Hans, let's get your opinion on some of these games because it would be great. Now, forgive me for being ignorant, which I clearly am, but can you see the board?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why on earth
Yeah, not
does White
C6,
not
yeah,
play
wow.
C6 in this position?
And even
Or
if
am I-
D4, you just play like Queen D4, Queen D8, Queen G8, like.
Yeah, nice tactic. Exactly. Look at
So
this.
why even
Sharp
there-
as a razor.
Yeah. So there's not
Maybe
even
he
like
missed
a,
that.
I
like
mean, C6 is just
because
an
D4 would be the only reason why you could ever reject such a move.
because Queen here,
Just knight A7.
you just knight A7, you run the guy home. It's completely.
Yeah, I think he saw a ghost.
He saw a ghost. So what did he do on? Yeah, he was probably short on time. Knight D6.
Of
Now
course
this
it's
is
winning,
the position.
but no,
Still winning.
It's definitely winning, but like
Yeah,
okay, you
'cause
go
this-
knight. I don't think takes. No, not takes. Let's say knight E7, Queen E5,
Knight E7, Queen E5,
and
threatening
then let's
this
say
and
Queen
this.
G6. F5.
Right.
Definitely still winning, but
Yeah. Queen
it doesn't feel as clean. It's always like so
No.
hard psychologically to once you realize you make a mistake, it really affects you.
What about the Vallejo game? Suddenly, this has got. I mean, I was kind of writing this off as it's going to
It's a
draw.
draw,
and now
yes. But,
No,
suddenly,
but still, it will be a draw.
yeah, but it's already like going not
why
in
is
the
it a
way
draw? Sorry.
David expected it.
But this
Like
is the
I
type of
mean-
position where you think you're going to beat David, and you just he just defends it perfectly. Like, but okay, it's definitely not ideal. I could imagine him
mean-
losing this for sure.
Yeah. And that is and the Parham game, Shankland against Maksudlu.
Also doesn't
Slightly
look so-
uncomfortable, but probably nothing.
Black is uncomfortable, you
No,
said?
white slightly.
White is uncomfortable, right? His pieces are a bit weird.
Yes, but you don't have much moves to improve here with black now.
Yeah.
I mean, what to do? I mean, the rook has to stay on e6 because of e5. If you play knight c6, I play rook d3. If you move the rook on c3, you also worsen your position. So I would even claim there could be a sort of Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a bit of a zugzwang, yeah.
Because maybe like you really have to play knight c6 and force the exchange.
Yeah, this has looked like a draw for a while now, it seems.
And the king can also not move because of knight d5 check. So it's more than just
No, the
like...
long-term a5 weakness, like there, I could imagine a situation where black pushes a bit too much.
Okay, this game is finished. This game is finished. So
I mean, from the challenges, only Vincent Keimer.
But I'm only half a point behind.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
only half
Oh.
a point behind.
Okay.
yeah, this is just a stone cold draw, right? For example, if King F6, I can even just take.
Well, no, okay, let's not. Okay, you should be a bit careful about that.
Right?
Seriously? Why?
So takes King
G4?
F2, and let's say D5,
C5?
D4,
Any move. D4?
ED4?
King D5.
Well, ED, King D5, King E3. But
C6.
Wait, did you calculate anything? I mean,
Maybe no, but I go to D3,
Wait, I mean, if I go ED4,
King D5, King E3, C6.
E-
I don't like this.
G4?
Ah, G4. Okay.
G4. Yeah.
Okay, G4. Too
No,
much.
you can't play that.
Okay, then it's a dead. Then it's dead.
I mean, if d5 doesn't, you could go c6,
But then you should just go g4.
g4, or king g3, or anything. No, no, this has to be a draw. So Abdusattor will probably just weighing up his options, but still I mean, yeah, as you said, White is probably still winning here, but I mean, it shows a player that's not confident to not play c6 because it's just.
Yeah, you need to play c6. Like it's.
Okay, I have
Yeah,
one
go on.
other question from the chat because I have to follow
Yeah,
the chat. There's
yes.
a question like, what do you think? Who's winning the candidates, and
Oh,
which
yeah, good
winner
question.
will be able to face Magnus Carlsen in a successful or perhaps successful way?
Well, the question should be first: will he play the match, or is that implied?
This is, I think this depends pretty much on who's winning, I guess, but I'm not sure. I'm not updated about this, but let's assume he will
Okay, I
play
think
the match.
I will say that first of all, I think he's going to play the match regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I think that he said it just as a joke at first, and then it got all this attention. He's like, oh, maybe I should continue.
I
this.
think also like he made a tweet about like Peter Heine Nielsen helping the Ukrainian candidate for the president votes or election in Chennai, so that Peter Heine can help him to concentrate on the World Championship match.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this was related, but it's a kind of hint that he would eventually
No,
play.
I think he'll play the match. Personally, I think that, in my opinion, Ding is the best player, and I think he has a decent margin. I think he's just the best player, second best player. I mean, in this field, and I think Ding and Fabi are the two best players, and I think they have a clear edge over the rest.
Who would you like to win?
Ding,
if you can
for sure.
choose.
I want
He
the best
would-
player to win, of course.
Okay.
So
And do
You
you
want Ding
think
to win?
well, he's the best player, so I think as a competitor, I think any format should be designed so that the best player wins most of the time.
But do you think that Ding is the best opponent for Carlsen to keep up some difficulties?
Well, he's the best player, so yes.
No, but because some of the players actually have really big problems to beat Carlsen. For example, like Rapport is always losing against Carlsen, or
Yeah,
like
but I don't
he never
think
won
that-
against him.
But it doesn't matter. I think Carlsen is Carlsen, and to have this best statistical chance to beat him, I think you just need to have the best player. And when I see Ding's chess, I think he is clearly, like I think in this field, the only people that would have a chance at a match against him, there's three people.
Rapport,
Would be
probably
it
by
would be-
by
it would be
statistics.
Ding, Caruana, and Ferrugia. The rest,
Well-
I think, have like maybe a 5% chance in a match.
Yeah,
Come
that's-
on,
Of
Well,
course.
I mean, I totally
course.
agree with them.
Who else?
not 5%. All right, then
Okay,
offer me then
Who
offer
else?
me 20-1 on against Magnus. I'll take it.
No,
Any amount
okay, we
of
can
that.
make a bet that if any of these other people qualify for a match,
Yes.
it's literally like
Yes.
10% max to beat
So you
them.
give me 10. So you give me 10-1 then.
Of course.
But-
Are you kidding me? Like, did you see what Magnus did? Like, as
Yeah, I take it. I don't care. It's a
Like-
value bet.
like
You understand?
I think I'm just. It's like I think the 10% would be the highest any of them would have.
All right, I'll take 5% for 20-1.
But I mean, hang on, like 5% about the score, like
No,
how
but
big he will lose.
who else has a chance against Magnus?
Well,
No
I mean,
offense,
they
they're all
all
very
have
good
a
players, but in a match,
Of course.
No
I mean, I
experience?
understand Magnus is huge favorite, but you're giving percentages that are just not accurate. You know.
come on.
But okay, I mean, like look at the Nepomniachtchi match. A lot of people
Like-
said like that Nepomniachtchi
Yeah,
could really
but-
like be
No, but,
like
uh,
dangerous opponent.
But
You need to realize that
that was
Magnus is-
one game. If he wins game 6, if
Oh
he
my
does,
God.
then it's.
No, but you forget that if he wins game 6, you have to realize that you can never use these if debates because it was
Well,
clear.
he was close. He had a good
No,
position.
he was never
I mean,
close. He was never close. He was
oh, okay.
the fact that he won the match with 3 games to go tells you everything you need to know.
Sure, I understand.
Because if
there was
Magnus
a-
lost a game like that, he would never tilt like this. Never. Absolutely.
Okay, if Duda wins the candidate and you're offering me 20-1,
yes,
I'll
easily.
I'll rob a bank.
But the minimum is 10 grand on the bet.
We can
Oh,
work
boy.
something out.
Because if
you're
you
going to
want to-
offer
if
me
you want to,
something
like,
ludicrous like
20 to 1,
20-1.
no. 10 to 1, we can
Oh,
do
10 to 1 now we're like, okay, there's a big difference between 20 to 1
okay,
and
we
10
can
to
do
1.
10 to 1 for 10 grand.
Look,
Happily do this.
let's discuss when the candidates
No,
are
because
finished.
if you want
Also,
to, like,
we're
really,
not promoting
if
anything
you really
here
want
on
to
the
like
stream.
to make these serious bets, you should put a significant amount of money.
Wait, no, look, we'll discuss. Look, after this, look, we're not promoting, by the way, because just, you know, we're not promoting any of this. This is just between, you know, a bit of banter between me and her. I'll message you, don't worry. Let's see how the candidates goes first. But I think that, look, I disagree. I think, look, obviously Carlsen's massive favorite against a lot of these guys. Also, the question of him playing some of these guys is, for example,
But the
if
reason he
Timur
shouldn't play them is that he has nothing to prove.
if Timur Rajabov wins the candidates, do you think Magnus will play the match? I don't think he will.
I'm not gonna. This is a stupid question.
No, I don't think he will. I think Magnus will not play the match if Rajabov wins the candidates.
But I think there's no debate over whether what will happen if this no. I think to give it to Rajabov, no.
But Duda will never like have a ratio of 1 to 10. I think he beat Carlsen even.
If
no?
Yeah,
Duda-
he beat, oh my god, you guys, he beat Carlsen in one World Cup match in a rapid game. But once you go to like a
Not in a rapid game. It was a classical
no,
game.
it was a
no,
rapid game.
It was a rapid
Yes.
game.
It was not even. It was a 10+2 game. It was the second tiebreak.
Okay, fine.
So,
Okay. Hans, we'll talk. Don't worry, buddy. Have I got your number? No, I got your Twitter. What have I got of you? Twitter, right?
But
You're on
okay,
Twitter.
we just, you know, we should
I'll
show
get
some
your
respect to Magnus.
Don't
like-
worry, I'm good. We're good. But look, the first things first. You got to finish this tournament. You've got 2 games. You've got a real chance. So good luck with that. And yeah, come back if you win again. It's been fun. You've been here like an hour. This has been great. I mean, I don't know how many people are watching, but I guess everybody had a great time.
Yes, they liked it.
You guys
I
are
can
doing
tell
good
you.
on Twitch. Decent viewership.
Yeah, I mean, we got some because we're on Twitch. We're on
Actually, we
also.
got 772 watchers, and I'm not sure it increased when you came, but I think
Just
before
on
and we
Twitch.
had an average 400 beforehand, so it improved.
Okay.
I used to be a Twitch legend. Just you know, but I'm retired from such.
Yes,
You're
and
retired.
chat likes it. They give you 5 stars for your entertainment.
Thank
Yeah,
Yeah, you were
Abilities.
very entertaining.
Yeah,
Thank-
they should know I'm
thanks.
never coming back to Twitch. Serious chess player.
Hans, look, we'll see you in the next days. Good luck. If you win tomorrow, come back.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be back in a minute. We'll take a short break.
Thank you. See you.
Go.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Well, that was very entertaining. Hans Niemann, I tell you, if he really makes it, and he's 18 years old, he's 2,700, more or less now. He's playing an insane amount of chess, 150 games this year. If he manages to make it to the very top, I think he's going to be a blessing for chess. I think he's got the character, he's got the charisma, He's got the style of playing chess as well. He can play all kinds of different
He's
chess.
like a young Nakamura in a way, you know, like
Somehow.
the next US prodigy. I mean, native US prodigy, to call it this way, because I don't count all those who changed to the American Federation. I count the native ones, and Nakamura was the first hero of America, and he is close to get the second one.
He's got that youthful, I would say, you know, like
Yes, he didn't lose his
confidence.
his kind of like, in some ways, it's really charming and childish in a way, so innocent kind of charisma, which actually
love
makes
it.
him a very interesting person.
I love it. I hope he goes very far in this game. I think he's great for the game. Right, let's go back to the tournament. So what have we got left? We've got Salim against Anton. First and foremost, we've said that this for a while is probably winning for white, but Salim definitely not playing what looks like, I mean, as we said a few moves ago, he could have played the C6 move. But in this position here, okay, he's gone queen C8 check. King G7 is the only move. And now what does he want to do here to finish this game off? There's a check here.
On E8, the check on E8 is also interesting.
Yes.
Because you have to decide where to go.
But okay, let's try this check here, the natural check, I would say.
But then after knight King F6, you have to think again what to do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, knight E8 doesn't give you the problem. The knight on E8 is stable.
But it blocks, yeah, I understand. But if I go here, what's the idea?
I'm thinking if I can play G4.
Oh,
and
wow.
if the check on F5 can be decisive, because I have Anton the A pawn, which may be decisive when we exchange like queens.
Oh, you just want to do something boring like this?
No, I will give a check on E5 first.
Okay.
But you have F6. No, this you don't have because it's a mate on G7. And now I play Queen H5 check.
Mm-hmm.
And this could be super dangerous. Super dangerous, because you don't, I mean, like knight E7 runs into knight X6. And my idea is A4, B4, and A5.
Yeah.
And this could be just winning. And I think this is like playing on low risk.
So Queen C8 check. There is, the reason he hasn't moved yet is because King E7 also exists. Similar.
Then G8 is also hanging. Question is how the ending is. And
Yeah,
there's knight F, no, but there's knight F5 check.
Okay.
I can take on G. Wait. Let's see if I have other candidate moves not to miss something. Because I have this move G4 in the pipeline.
Why don't you do it first?
Yes, that could be super dangerous. It's true. And I think this is the reason why
You went to G7.
Yes, that's safer for sure.
Okay. Okay.
So let's have a summary of all these games.
Yeah, now Paco, what happened here? He was this position. He's a pawn up. Sorry,
yes.
what? Why can't you take this pawn? I'm just going insane. Why can't I take?
There's a check on E1.
Okay, I move.
I'm just wondering what checks I have. I mean, Rook F1, you have Queen.
Rook F7 check, I win.
Yes, you also have Queen H4 check. I mean, I was just thinking if you can use a pin, but I don't know why he didn't take it.
I mean, this is the most bizarre. I mean, this is just the most bizarre move I've ever seen. Queen takes G5. Maybe this check. Okay, King H2. What's the big deal?
Rook
Now I'm
E1.
threatening. Yes, this.
And you have to exchange.
But I have this check. But yeah, but I undouble my pawns.
Yes.
I mean, now I have
Rook
real
E2.
winning chances.
Rook
and I go
E2.
Rook B. Yeah, Rook E2. But I mean, whatever. Yeah, you have Bishop E4. Maybe you survive, miracle. But I have 2 extra pawns. This is insane.
Well,
I mean, what is this move, Queenie? What am I missing? Am I just insane? Somebody
I'm
in
just
chat.
checking if.
I mean, come on.
So queen takes g5 is huge advantage.
Oh my God.
Plus
To
1.
not play this move is just insane.
I mean, queen d4 check was the best
Yes.
answer.
Yes, king h2.
King h2 and rook e5.
Rook. Yeah, but you still have this check.
And now after rook e5, apparently you have to see rook f4 as a best move. Because
Okay,
if
that's
you
a
play
different-
queen h4
Yeah.
check, then you lose after rook h5.
Oh, that's what he saw. That explains everything. So queen
Hmm.
here, check, king h2, rook e5. You need to.
And
see
he
that.
had no time probably to make it work.
Okay, he's forgiven. But now the position is at least slightly better for black. No,
Yes, but it's nothing.
maybe nothing, but
Not much at least. But yes,
Mhm.
you can lose it if you're not careful.
Definitely lose. What about Shankland against Maksudlu?
Not sure there much change there.
Okay, it
No,
feels a
but
little
white
bit better
white
for
is
black.
for
White
black.
is advancing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. White seems better to me again.
Yeah, for sure.
Good chances for Sam to play on.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, Sam is trying to press. This one interests me.
Yes, but this one we have seen. We just discussed knight f5 check and knight e8 check. And we will see what he will choose.
I'm still not completely convinced somehow, but
I can tell you that it would be +2 if he's choosing knight e8.
okay. No, I get that it's winning. This game is still in progress. King f2 g4 played. Well, I don't see what's going on, why so much time is being taken. Looks like a dead draw to me.
Maybe they even made a draw, or they're calculating now the pawn ending, which just takes time, I guess. And since there was some comment from the chat, Caruana is not, in my opinion, a classical American player, because he had been playing for the Italian national team for quite some years. So compared to Nakamura, who had been playing for America his entire life, makes to me Nakamura the real hero of US, and not necessarily Caruana, who besides has Italian parents and is originally Italian.
Well, he
was born probably in the US in a way, but he had been playing for the Italian national team for years. So
yes, he did. Okay, so that looks like that. This position here looks like white is coordinating again. A bit tricky for black.
Yes, some tricks. Rook f6 check, knight e5 patterns. Not easy.
And by the way, Salem did play knight f5 check.
Okay.
So
I'm wondering what he has in the pipeline after king f5.
King where?
King f6, I meant, sorry. I was already looking a
King
move
f6?
ahead. Yes, what else?
Well, why can't you go to h7?
Looked more weird to me, because I thought like I take the tempo, but maybe you're right. Yeah, king h7 seems a better choice. King f6 would be not great. You're right. King h7 is the best move.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yeah, king h7 feels natural to me. King h7 feels very natural to me. And it's not completely clear what white's next. Maybe he wants to play, you know what he's going to play? I play like Karpov, knight e3. He protects d1.
Yes,
and he
knight
threatens
e3,
queen
that's
f5.
Yes, but knight e3 is anyway the move, no matter where you go, because you protect everything you want to protect.
Okay. Yes.
So anyway, we could go for a last break.
Okay,
What do you think?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
We had been on for 1.5 hours.
Yeah, let's ask the people.
Let's ask the people. Okay, I will ask. And then in 15 minutes, we will see how things developed. Yes.
All right. We'll be back. A few games still going on. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Thank you for coming. Could you please describe your game?
Yeah, I think it was quite tough. I mean, I didn't expect him to play the Italian, so I had to spend quite some time. And also, I mean, I don't play e4, e5 for that long, so I didn't know the structure too well. I think he might have been better at some point, and then he made this knight e5 move, and then after queen e8, I think it's very complicated, but probably just draw.
What was the most critical moment? That what you described?
Maybe, okay, it's hard to say, I don't know. I mean, I also didn't have that much time to calculate everything, but in my opinion, maybe it was a mistake by when after the votes I should be fine, but okay, I'm not sure.
And the end game was completely drawn, or do you think one of us had chances?
No, okay, I don't think. I mean, okay, in pot end games usually I'm the one who has to be a bit accurate, but okay, I mean, shouldn't be too difficult to hold for both of us.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to what will possibly be the final part of today's show. We've got 3 games in the Masters section ongoing. All the games in the Challengers has finished. It's been a good day for white today in the Challengers. Michalik beats Pechak. Niemann crushes Kracek. Stochek crushes Varmadam. Krisanovsky draw against Ashikiran. And the game of the day there, Abdusaturov draw against Kema, meaning Abdusaturov and Kema are still leading the tournament 5-7, but clipping at their heels is the man, the Mocha, Hans Niemann. Showed great chess today. Only half behind, has every chance to win that tournament with the run out he's got left. So what do we have left in the Masters? Well, the main game, Hari Krishna drawing against Le Quang in an interesting game. A missed opportunity perhaps from win against Vidit. One game we have left is Paco Vallejo against David Navarra, but you have to feel that this position is very, very
dangerous. Yeah.
Dangerous?
Well, for white.
Really?
No, slightly, but I think
slightly dangerous.
Still, white can hold, but he's suffering.
I'm not sure how much he's suffering though, right? Because the king can't get involved, the bishop can't really get involved, and if you go a4, I go bishop d1, and you
I
put
will
your
anyway move my bishop to e2, and that's a way. I mean, like maybe you have a chance if you get into a like bishop ending, but even then it's not enough unless you get to f4. Actually,
yeah, but you can't. I always play g3.
Mm.
No, this is odds on for a draw. And in the Salim game, he did exactly what I thought he might do, which is try to go into a knight
ending. Yes,
a pawn up,
which is probably just technically won without any worries.
Yeah, something like queen takes f5, knight takes f5, king f6, knight d4, holding all the squares, and you try and make this. Well, you don't even try, you make it, and it's a very easy conversion. David Anton is going to probably try and keep the queens on with a move like queen e2, but you feel as though it shouldn't be enough.
Well, you can force the exchange, I would say, no? Almost.
Oh, you can just do this.
Yes, but I mean, like if queen f3, yes, you can force the exchange. Even knight takes d5 is working, so it's not
even
like
this is like goal, but there are still tricks. No, you can lose here. No, not lose. You have to go back and you make a draw. No, you have to be a little bit careful. But David Anton, yeah, really suffering in this tournament. Poor David Anton. And in the other game, Shankland against Parham. I mean, Shankland's got his rook. What does he want to do? Rook g7. Feels like Parham has done nothing the past few moves.
He's been watching, actually, yes. Seems like he had a break, a picnic.
Yeah. And Shanklin has made all the progress, but maybe it's still nothing.
It's nothing, actually. That's the funny part. It's just nothing.
Black is just too solid here, probably.
Yes.
Something like rook g7, rook h8. If you go h7, and now, I don't know, some move, rook cc8, for example. No, maybe this is a bit lazy.
No, but king e7, why not?
Or king e7.
Knight f5 and king f6 or king f8.
Or king e6 even.
No, king f6 is fine.
Or king f6. No good discoveries. If the rook moves,
I think you may even be able to take h7. No good discoveries. You will discover nothing.
And in fact, we've had a rook off and rook c8. I don't think
really, he didn't even play rook.
I don't think
this was actually this.
Wait, why did he do this?
This was a blunder.
He blundered?
This was a blunder, yes. Now
Oh
actually
my
white has
goodness.
winning chances.
What is this move? Rook takes g7. Rook h8 is so classic.
Maybe knight
So he
f5
just
was a
thought,
problem.
okay, rook c8,
Knight f5.
rook g8, and rook
But you
g8.
will never be able to move your rook in your life.
But how do you make progress here?
Maybe king e3, king d4. You get in Zugzwang. That could be a problem if you get in Zugzwang.
Wow. I mean, if he's blundered that, that's incredible.
It looks to me like that. I mean, okay, I checked it.
Oh, you checked it. Okay.
And it's clearly not what the computer likes. And you might get in Zugzwang because, okay, I have like plenty of waiting moves like rook f1, rook f8. You can never move the rook because of knight h6. And then actually like I get king e3 and the moment you go knight e5, I go king d4. And then if you have to move the knight again, I will take the weakness on a5. Principle
Yeah,
of
you're
two
just going to
weaknesses.
walk. Yeah, you're going to walk over and take
And
this.
you have the two
Wow.
weaknesses on the board.
What a terrible miscalculation by Parham, who, by the way, has got plenty of time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really shocking.
Principle of two weaknesses.
What are your biggest two weaknesses?
White wine?
And chocolate.
No, white wine and the food of my boyfriend, because since I met him, I gained 6 kilos, and this is all because of his food. He's like a gourmet chef cook. I mean, he's not by his profession a gourmet chef cook, even though he works in a gastronomy service. But amazing, the way he's cooking is like unbeatable. I mean, like when I considered myself a decent cook, like compared to him, I'm nobody. Just nobody.
So he does all the cooking at home.
Well, like now, for example, since I'm commentating, he's doing all the cookings, yes. And I'm like, you know, the thing is like whenever like there is something left in the fridge and it's supposed to be worked with because it's getting old.
Yeah.
He's perfect in using all the things left in the fridge and he's making out of that an amazing dish.
Is he German?
No.
No.
Half Italian.
Oh yeah, right. Half Italian.
But today and yesterday, I mean, yesterday he made some unbeatable minced meat in a kind of yogurt Turkish feta sauce.
Wow.
With some pepper.
So let's be honest, like you're speaking in front of hundreds of people. You're with him for the food. Just be honest.
No.
It's okay.
I'm with him for his cute curlies.
No. You're here. You're with him because of the minced yogurt. Feta.
No, but you know, like I didn't mention that he's also like a wellness therapist. So he's also giving amazing massages. So
okay, so you're with him for the massages and the food. Let's just be. Look, many men are with, women that do great massages and cook good food. So why not the other way?
No, I mean, I cannot complain because I already tried in the break what is going to be on the menu today.
And what is on the menu? You get a menu as well?
Well, I get like.
What is this? There's some restaurant? You get a menu. He comes with a little paper and it says.
Well, he prepared a salad. Then he prepared some side dish. And then we have, of course, sausages of my native hometown, Thuringia. And you must have heard about Thüringer Bratwurst, right? Thuringian Bratwurst sausages.
Yes.
But the most amazing thing is actually the side dish, which is a mix of eggplants, pepper, spring onions, yogurt, and amazing herbs.
My goodness.
You should come to visit us at some point.
I will, yeah, but I'm jealous. Does he? Maybe I can take him from you.
No.
No?
He's mine.
Okay. I won't take him. Great. I'm starving hungry now. All right. King e3. Played by Shankland, by the way.
Yes, but this is a danger. It's a Zugzwang situation because at some point you cannot move the king. I mean, you can, but you can play like knight c6, but latest after king, like rook f1. I will play rook f1.
Rook f1.
No, if you do this, then after king d4, you are already in Zugzwang.
Just come.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's, I mean, also like at some point, okay, not if the king moves, then there's rook h1 and rook h8, so you cannot really move the king.
Right. So yeah.
It's a Zugzwang. It's just
It's just a
I-
pure Zugzwang,
it
yeah?
seems to me like it's deadly lost because
Yeah.
it's Zugzwang.
I can believe
I
it.
wonder what he missed, you know. I really wonder what he
Yeah.
missed because it seems okay. Maybe there is some f6 pattern remaining and king f7 in order to bring your rook in the game, but still it's super difficult.
Yes. No, it looks bad. It looks bad. It just looks very bad. A complete oversight by Magsudlu and Salem against David Anton. I wonder how much David Anton wants to fight here, because it's really a disgusting ending. You're a pawn down. Your opponent can create an outside pass pawn very easily. Something like knight e7. You can go knight e3 check, probably, or maybe that's not accurate. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, knight e3 check, king e6. Maybe here, I don't know, knight c2.
Yes, we get to do, okay, maybe like, okay, knight c6, a4, b4, you should push.
Yeah,
And
a4, b4.
then g4, and then,
Or I don't even, yeah, a4. I mean, it looks, the knight, no, I mean, this is just horrible, actually. Yeah, I expect knight e3. And if he goes d4, you can also even come this way and start provoking.
no, he can't go d4. I mean, like he can do either knight e3, knight e5. I think it doesn't matter much.
Knight e3, knight f6. I really like this move here, just to
get to d4, yes.
Yeah.
That should be the square we are talking. But actually, like maybe like knight e3, there's still the move d4 and king d5. Maybe it's not necessary, but not like that it's a problem, but
king d5?
okay, yeah, okay.
No.
I withdraw the statement.
I think this is just not even a sweat. He played knight e5, which looks just fine to me. He's going to go king e3, g4, maybe put the king on d4 even. Not necessary to put the king there, but David Anton will, I don't think he's going to play too slowly here because he can't really change the situation. What about Paco?
Okay, I mean, like, I don't think that you can proceed unless you change the rooks, because Paco will just play tangle between rook e3 and rook e8 and perhaps bishop e2 if the bishop tries to get to e6 or something. Like bishop c4, maybe it could be an interesting idea. If I play rook e3, you go bishop e6. And if I go bishop e2 here, no.
Huh.
For example,
Just save my mic. Apologies for that. Sorry, rook e3, bishop e6, bishop e2.
2, yes. Now let's say b4.
Yes.
I take. You take with a rook, then I play. Maybe like the way I played, I would screw it up. Maybe after b4, no, after b4, I shouldn't even react. The bishop e2 is fine, and after b4, can I play anyway?
Feels like you're losing control a little bit here.
On the other hand, like how you will prevent my bishop to get to e6?
What if I go rook a8?
That's a clever move. Okay, a4 has to be played, but
And
then
now, maybe just some
rook e8 back.
Rook e8 again.
And if you go bishop e6 now, of course, it's a different.
Rook b8 or something. I don't know. Just start clipping at these pawns.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Should be a relatively simple draw. Maxulu's played f6.
Yes, but still rook f1.
Doesn't change.
I make a
anything.
waiting move.
Yeah, rook f1. Also, rook f1, king f4 is interesting, you know, just to illustrate. Because now the rook is free.
Yes, true.
And if you go here, maybe now I can even just go rook g1, preventing this and threatening knight h6. And if you go knight f7, we're getting very close to that magic Zugzwang, like here, like d5, and now I just go back, force king d6. Actually, I can put my rook on g6. Is that Zugzwang? It's very close. Knight e5, rook h6.
Knight f7.
7.
Rook
Getting closer, rook somewhere like
h1.
this. Yeah.
And the king has to move.
Now the king moves, and now.
And now we
Where's
are
the king?
curious.
What about coming in this way? What about firstly, it wouldn't surprise me if this move is winning.
And then after 95, you just
And
give.
just take it.
Yeah. That could,
The
I mean,
king
I
on-
was, because you can't even play king c6.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Also just win. So 1,000 wins, but this is, I like your rook f1 move because the rook is kind of stupid on f4. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, it gives some flexibility and also like waits
Mhm.
for black to make a move.
Yes.
Okay, Salem's game, I think, is the one to finish first. F5 was played. I guess I will play g5 and claim a pass pawn.
In the, yeah, I mean, here g5 has to be played, surely. What do we get? He plays g5, protected pass pawn. He can create two pass pawns, and he blockades black's pass pawn. See, zero chance of saving this game for Salem. All right. So this game we're still thinking. This game also, did he go bishop c4? Not yet. Okay, so we're still
in progress.
Yes, in progress. Is chat saying anything?
Chat, I haven't checked chat for a while, but chat didn't say much. At least chat was silent according to my assumption, but it could be that chat didn't update when you have it minimized, actually.
Oh, okay.
This I don't know. But okay, what can chat
d4,
say?
a4 is on the board in the Anton game, so this is really just, you can't even prevent b4, a5. You can put the knight on c6, I go b4. You can try king d5, I go g6. You come back.
I go g7.
G7, and if you go here, I've got knight e5 check, and this is also almost certainly winning.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yes.
If d3, king e3, don't a5.
Yeah. And if king takes g7, a5, and we run. So you can't, yeah, so you would have to come back with the knight. Now I go with this pawn, takes, got to be a little bit careful, but you feel as though, like, just as an example.
No, we can play knight c6 in this. Yeah, yes,
Well,
that's what I meant. Knight c6 at some point.
Yeah, you're going to go knight c6 a million ways. Even, dare I say it, this would be winning, I think.
True.
Winning everywhere. Can't really mess it up.
Indeed.
Not at this level. Okay, Sam taking his time here. What is he concerned about? Has Parham got some resource?
I don't know. He has like 2 candidates, moving the king or the rook. Everything else makes no sense.
Yeah. So I wonder what he's I wonder what he's thinking about. Interesting. Yeah. Anything. Rook F1 is just by far the most. Okay, does he have some knight G6? Maybe he's worried about knight G6. Can it be?
Yeah, but knight G6 is coming anyway. I mean,
because maybe he wants to swap the knights, and the point is I can't go rook G1 so I lose this knight. So this is what he's worried about. He's worried about knight G6, which looks like a
yes, but knight G6, either you move, if you move the king, then knight G6 is coming anyway. Here, at least you have king E4.
or king D4. Yeah, king E4 I like actually to provoke this. And then
Yes.
Yeah, and you still.
And if you play knight E7.
Well, now I can just take.
No, I can. No, wait. I can probably even play rook E1 and rook E7. This has to be. It has to be checked, but it could be winning. Could be. I don't know. I mean,
this
wondering.
Might be the move. Probably winning with the passed h1. Okay, so Sam actually understands he has to be precise here somehow. And okay, in the Anton game, he went king c5, so I expect g6 here by Salem, with the assumption that knight c6, knight g8, knight d4. I mean, even this king is now cut with this. Yeah, it's just 1,000 wins. Salem should be able to win this in a very quick blitz game.
Even with 40 temperature fever, right?
Exactly. If I lost that, if I didn't win that game and I was 6 foot underground, I would be unhappy.
Yeah. What else is left? How is Mr. David Navarra doing? Did something happen there?
Nothing happened in that game so far as I can tell. We have this position.
Yes, nothing happened. So,
yeah.
Does chat have any questions? Is chat still here and wants to ask something to?
Please ask me anything you like.
Anything.
I promise I will not definitely answer everything, but you can ask me anything. Whether I'll answer it is a different story.
The question you've always been wondering about.
Uh-oh.
No, chat is silent. Chat is sleeping or chat is watching something else. That could be.
Okay, knight g6 on the board in Parham's game, and I really liked your king e4, knight e7. What about king e4, knight e7?
But here I wanted to go king d4.
Oh, I thought you wanted to provoke the check. Right, yeah, you want to go king d4 to be able to meet this with this, right?
I mean, like, to suppose that this might be winning.
This does look winning for white, but I've seen more winning endings.
True.
So let's see. Is there something more? But maybe it's just really winning. I don't know. Maybe this is just, sorry, some iteration of this. King d4, knight e7, rook e1. Maybe this is just like super winning for white, and it's not even close because you can stop these two.
Hardly move here, and I have to
Yeah, maybe it's just not
outside
even
passes.
good. Okay, he plays another move. Knight. What is this move? Check. Okay. And if I go here, what's his ID? He just wants to go back. Yeah, I guess.
You can play
So-
rook f5 here. No, but then you throw rook. No, then you play queen knight e5.
95. No, I think he just wants to gain some time on the clock.
Yeah, but then he would play knight f5 instantly, don't you think? Instead of thinking.
Possibly. King takes a4 on the board in the Anton game. And just king d3 is good. And this is gewinning. And Anton, how many points is he going to be losing after this loss, actually? He's going to be losing
Hard to
tons.
say. He will lose some points.
Tons of rating. 20 points probably. He'll be bottom of the table. And not a great tournament.
Not at all. Actually, in David, they changed the rooks. In David against.
They changed the rooks, which is great news because that means it will finish a lot sooner.
Wait, it's not the tree roll. If I play king f2.
No, yeah, king f2, king
e5.
And now you're saying I can't go king e3 because I dropped this.
Well, you can go king. You can play g3.
Yeah, but
After king d4, bishop e2.
Yeah, b4.
I take. And I go bishop b5. Bishop e8. That might be dangerous.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Okay, so some precision is required here. So where is the precise route? Now, for me, what
Maybe
I see
even to
is,
sacrifice the
no,
pawn.
why can't you just go g3, king e5, king d2, king d4, and just move this way? You have all the squares covered.
Yes, that's better.
This
That's
is
much better.
b4,
True.
you shake, you go here, and you say, okay.
You
Okay,
don't.
mister, what do you want?
Yeah.
Was you want?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Salem is coming for an interview without us, so we have a break.
Okay, let's
He won the game.
hear from Salem.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear from him. We'll be right back.
big congratulations for winning your game. Could you please describe it?
Thank you very much. Well, it was interesting. I thought I got very nice position in the opening. At some point I thought that I should have big advantage, so I spent a lot of time, but I didn't really find the way. So I decided again just to play normally, and in one moment he allowed this e4. I thought, okay, rook a8 instead, to prevent e4 was important. Once I played e4, I thought, okay, I'm completely winning, and it's for sure winning for white. But again, he found some moves. Position looks totally lost, but I couldn't find the first win. So yeah, I think I played good, and probably not the best conversion, but probably it was sufficient.
So you think he didn't have any chances in the end game?
Yeah, I think he didn't have chances. I mean, there were tricks, but I don't think that I let my advantage disappear in any moment. Of course, it could have been much more, like, I don't know, according to computer, it could be +6 or 5. But I think, anyway, I was winning probably the whole game. That's my feeling.
And are you satisfied with your play in this tournament?
Not really, no, I'm not very satisfied. My results also shows, okay, I played sometimes not bad, but I am capable of playing much better. But okay, anyway, there are 2 more games to go. Maybe I will be satisfied, hopefully, yeah? At least with the rest of the games.
Yeah, we hope so, and thank you very much.
On the board here.
Mhm.
Just give up, Parham. You
Yeah,
can't,
well,
you can't ever give up here. It could easily go on for half an hour more. Easily.
we can continue.
Okay.
Okay.
Point is, I have a contract with these guys, no?
Hmm?
It's a contract.
Yeah.
Can we go?
Yeah. Go.
Okay. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the remaining 2 games. Disastrous tournament for David Anton. Can't remember the last time he had such a blowout like this. 1.5 out of 7. Losing 20 rating points there or thereabouts is about as bad as it gets. He's just going to need to forget about this tournament and try and not finish too poorly and on to the next. Meanwhile, Shankland Magsudli, we do have the ending that we had been looking at after rook a7, f5. Sam will most likely take on a5. Rook takes g7, and now you probably have to be a bit precise, but again, it looks like, you know, Sam, he's a very, very technical guy. What is the best way? I don't know.
You have to push the pawn as quick as possible. That's always the best way.
Okay, so, but yes. How do you do that?
Actually,
Rook
pawn
b5.
ending after rook takes g7.
Ah, so yeah, sorry.
No, actually, like no, but you should take on a5.
Yeah, because the pawn, no, you can lose. You can lose. You have to take. Yeah, takes has been played.
Rook g7.
He has to take.
And maybe something like rook a8, just to be.
Rook a8.
Well, you have to
So
get.
why can't I do this? Just explain.
You can, but it might be slow. It's a
But
pawn
I'm-
race. Doesn't matter. It's not
Okay.
about the pawns. It's about the race usually.
Okay.
I mean, like from my experience, I know that we spoke about this yesterday. Like with one pass pawn, if the one pass pawn gets active, those 2 pass pawns don't help you.
Hmm.
And here after rook b5, you lose just like to tempo, king g5, rook b4, king g4, or even f4, and I'm running. And then I'm cutting your king.
Yeah, but it's quite it's quite calculatable, no?
Okay, rook
You have to go
e7.
king. Where?
Okay, this
No,
I
but
have
now
two
I go
moves.
rook a4. Right, that's the point.
Okay, then maybe I should go king g4.
Yeah, but
Rook
now
a4,
rook a4.
f3.
Okay, let's say I go. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's say I go.
You see latest now that this pawn on b4 doesn't help you.
Okay, I'll go b4.
f2,
Okay, I will come.
king f3,
Yeah, and now I'm just gonna go king d5. Sorry. How do I
rook
wanna do
g1.
this? Sorry, let me go rook
Do you?
f1.
Yes, I want to
Yeah, I
Z.
mean,
Do
I'm
you
gonna
want
have to give the rook, and
Mhm.
I can probably can't lose, but I mean, I can. Well, I can lose, of
You
course, which is
can
why
lose
he went
that.
rook d5. No, this is a much better move, obviously. This is clearly a better move. Because now you take, if you go f4,
No, I go king g5.
okay, I take,
I play f4.
okay.
It's like run, forced run.
After rook d5, oh yeah, king g5, this is your clever. Maybe here I go king e3, is that?
That could be a clever idea.
To try and just get the king,
Mm-hmm.
king, because you can't go check if you go king g4. Now I can go king f2. Maybe rook h7. Still, oh yeah, no, because now I have this. But even this, yeah. Look at this stupid.
I told you that this, I mean, like if you
Yeah.
have this pass pawn such an active king, it's always
Yeah.
like
I agree.
best way to make a draw.
I agree.
I think objectively Pahan will hold. It's easier for black to play. We don't have to be precise because you have one simple plan. You push the pawn. That makes life of black easy. He played rook e7, which is fine.
What did he do?
Rook e7, cutting off the king. That's fine too.
Yes, it is fine. I mean, surely doesn't work, but it's fine. So what if I go check? Okay, let me just be a brute. King c4.
I mean, the question is like, why do you need rook takes c6? If
well, because I want to have 3 protected pass pawns and win like this.
True.
This is, you know, I go here and actually it's.
But
difficult.
I have rook e4 check, no? Wait.
Huh?
Rook takes c6, king g5, king c4.
Yeah, king c4, rook e4,
and
rook e4.
check. Holy smokes! Wait. Take f4, a5, king g4.
No, you're a million miles away. Because if you go here, I go here, knight queen first, and it's.
Yes, and I can exchange the queen somehow.
All she wrote. I don't know how
that's over. Yeah.
I guess I find a square where.
Actually, like no. Now it's winning now.
It's super winning now, is it?
Now it's winning now because you made a blunder.
What was the blunder then? Rook e7 probably.
Rook e7 is a blunder. He should go.
Right.
Okay, he should go rook c7. Whatever.
So king c4.
Now it's winning.
Now it's super winning, huh?
Yes,
rook
because
c7 check.
Well, no, the evaluation changes. It's draw again. I think.
Draw. Oh my god.
Sorry, but the computer.
How can this be a draw?
It's
King's,
not.
King c5. Yeah, this is clever.
It's not agreeing.
No. This is not draw.
Yes,
this is a draw. I'm giving up chess.
Yes, it's. I think no. Now it's winning again. Sorry for that, but that's how.
By the way, in the Paco Vallejo game, we are making this we don't have to analyze too much. The point is that you can't even get in f5.
No,
right?
You can after bishop d7 and bishop e2. You have to get in f5.
It's white's move. It goes bishop c2, bishop d7. I go bishop d3. Sorry, bishop d1. You can go f5. Sorry.
Yes, but it doesn't help because we have seen the pattern.
Have we?
Yes, bishop e2.
Okay, bishop d7.
Bishop f1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
Bishop e2. King f3.
Just king f3.
Yeah.
Bishop g4 check.
Okay, maybe I played bishop f1. And no, here I have to play something else. Wait. Bishop
I had
f3. Bishop
yeah,
f3.
bishop f3.
And then something like bishop b7, and you make draw like this. Yes, this is deadly draw. I mean, I don't think that this is a discussion worth.
No. By the way, he just took all the pawns, f3, and now I expect just
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
And rook f1.
F2, rook f1.
Yeah,
now you have to go.
Yeah.
No, this is like a terrible version for black because you have all the tempi.
Yes, it takes long time. I have too many pawns.
Just take, and this is just easy. I guess this is easy without being, or am I going to screw it? I could screw this up. I'm very famous for screwing this up, but even I might struggle because it might be that winning. I don't know. Sam definitely is not going to make a meal of this. He's going to find the correct way. He's going to find the correct way.
But you just run with both pawns. It's very easy. You make c4, rook d1, f2, rook f1. You don't even get to this.
Here? What are we looking at here?
I mean,
we
like
don't even get
f2,
here. Yeah.
f2, rook f1, yes.
Yeah.
Rook e2, c4.
Okay, king g4.
a5.
King g3.
c5.
King g2.
I take.
Didn't we just get this? Something similar.
a6.
Okay. Rook here.
King b5.
Yeah, yeah. And the rook is worse here. And no, you can't stop.
And then c6. It's like a dead story.
Totally over. He gives a check, but he's trying to inconvenience the king, but it.
Yes, but this is hopeless.
Hopeless.
I don't know what is David trying. He's doing nothing, waiting for the right moment to play f5. I'm trying to get some Zugzwang, which I don't see.
All right. Yeah, he's trying to find a Zugzwang, which doesn't exist, right? Yeah, it's just a draw. Anything from chat?
No, chat has been silent, but okay, I have closed chat at some point because chat is not talking to us anymore. To be honest.
Chat is silent, huh?
Yes, chat is silent.
All right, silent chat, just how I like it. King a5.
Okay, it's clear, otherwise c2 is hanging and you don't want to get that pawn. That makes it easier.
F4. Now he just runs, huh? Does he go with the king first or does he go with the pawn?
I would play b4 by intuition, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, b4 played. So this check, he goes here. I mean, there's not really too much to analyze. He gives check, he's going to go here. He's going to give another check, then he's going to go here, check
yes.
here.
Take
And then-
A. Yes,
and then he's going to run like this, and
it's over.
the 2 pawns are way too
Advanced.
much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Max Udler will try and fight on, but in vain. And here, absolutely nothing is going on. Yeah, even this one is like tough to. Now he's even made it tough to go f5, no?
No, you can still go f5 now.
And take with the king, you mean?
Even take with a bishop.
No,
Ah,
but
no,
then
you-
I have bishop c6.
Yes, you can take with the king, but
I have to take with the king. And
Bishop
now
e2.
bishop c6 anyways. Bishop c4.
and you stay on the
And
diagonal.
you can just stay, or stay with the king even. What about king f3? Because if you give check, I go here. And now I'm threatening this check. I stay. And if you go here, I can come in.
Yes, this is anyway.
Anything actually draws here. It's really not even close.
Mhm.
Okay, king c5. Let's stay with this game then.
That's more interesting.
Yes.
But I mean, like David, for example, is doing nothing. He's playing bishop d7, bishop c8,
Yeah, I don't know
bishop
what he's
e6,
doing.
f6. I mean, what is he doing?
Wasting time when there are better things to do, like have this beautiful meal that your partner cooked for you.
True.
Right? Are you looking forward to it? Are you really excited about it?
I'm always excited about the food.
Wow. Wow. Okay, king c5, f2 on the board.
a5.
A5 is good. B5 probably is good. Rook f1 might even be okay.
No, I want to play a5. b5, I have to
A5.
bother about rook a7. I don't even want
Yeah,
that.
you know, A5 is clearly, it's not even close.
I'm even wondering if they had like 3 times same position already.
In the David game, could be,
Yes.
yeah, could be. But we're not going to analyze that. Okay, A5 played, king E3, and A6 is good enough, no? Rook D7, one last try.
Mm-hmm.
Even this might be winning for white.
You don't want
Please,
to try that.
you don't want to try this. Do not try this at home. Is it winning for it? Oh my God. Probably is.
Actually, Paco could have claimed for 3 full repetitions.
He could have, yeah.
Yeah, it was a draw after bishop 2 at some point. Or maybe not. Checking. Yes, it was a draw.
It was a draw. Beautiful.
In move 64, if he had played bishop e2 and write it on the paper, he could have claimed the draw. Move 64. Instead of bishop d1, if he had claimed in this position like 3 pulled repetition, it would have been a draw in the David Navarro game.
Okay.
But they want or they love to play.
Okay. So, what happened? King E3. Rook F1. He went there. He went there just because it's also, he doesn't
Want to fail the tricks.
Yeah. And if King E2, he's
He
going to
takes.
take. He's going to go here.
6. King
B6.
A7.
A7. Now, King B7 might win, but it's stupid.
It's the
So you
same.
go B5. King here. B6.
King
See?
C7.
King C7 is this winning? Screwed it up. I mean, care is required. Okay. King
No, but you know,
E2.
we can have the King E2, we can play Rook H1, but it's actually winning because we can start with P5 and not with A6, and that's winning. Apparently.
Why is this? So hold on a second. Well, we have this position on the board. Let's see. Rook takes C2, so we're getting something very similar.
But this is okay. Now it's A6.
Okay,
King
so
E2.
A6, King E2, I take.
Rook F2.
Now maybe you go B5.
P5.
And if King E3, maybe now the correct move is to go King A7. Can it be? That might be the...
King A7 is always a key, yes.
Yeah, because now if you give check, I have this important.
Yes,
king
you
A
need to advance with the B pawn
with
first,
the B
which
pawn.
is
This
normal.
the
Yeah.
way. So King D4, B6, King C, yeah, whatever. I mean, that's just making queen. I think that's the way.
Mm-hmm.
One of the ways.
Yeah. One of the easy ways to do it. Mm-hmm.
What else have we got going on? Anything in chat?
No, chat silent since hours. They lost all the desire.
They lost all hope.
After Hans was gone, they kept silent.
That's true. All right, any moves? So King E2, and yeah, now I expect him to do exactly this. Takes, B5. Can't improve. You have to bring the king, and now this move. I expect that. That is the key. I have seen that before.
I haven't, but I learned for life. Yes, but okay, this game is over, and basically, and David's game, I think nothing changed.
That is true. Okay, do we have this? We have King A7. He knows the
This is
deal.
supposed to be finished.
Yes. This is going to be over. So what does that mean? That means
that means what happens actually if Shankland wins? Is it decisive for the all-over score?
Let's have a look at the standings. We've got, actually, I don't know the standings. Let's have a look. We will have Shanklin winning will put him on 4 out of 7. Vallejo draw will put him on 3.5. David Navarro will be on 4 out of 7. So there'll be a group on 4, Harry Krishna on 4.5, Le Quang on 5. And in the challenges, we already know we've got Abdusattorov Kema on 5 with Hans Niemann on 4.5 out of 7.
So basically, this result of Chen doesn't really change much for his hopes to be closer to the top leader, right?
Yes.
Whereas Niemann objectively has great chances if he scores 2 out of 2 against opponents which are, I mean, on the paper, weaker than him.
Yes.
I don't know who's playing absolute
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Kamer.
Abdusattorov is playing Sasi Kiran, and Kamer is playing white against Stochek. Big chance for Kamer. White against Stochek, in my opinion. Tough game, Abdusattorov black against Sasi. I mean, he's not big favorite to win that, of course. And in round 9, it's Abdusattorov white against Pechak, and Kamer black against Varmadam. I think Kamer has got the better run out.
Yes, but okay, against Stochek, I mean, like if Stochek puts the board on fire, it's not like what Kamer likes, but Kamer's white, right?
Kamer is white.
So it's difficult.
Yeah.
To put the board on fire in this case.
Correct. Rook C8 on the board, and we expect B6, and it is King D4, B7, Rook somewhere, make queen, and run.
And game over. Whereas, like, the game between Nambara finished in a draw.
Correct.
And here it's about to resign.
I think he's about to resign. It's you've
There's
got to
no
know when
point.
to hold them and know when to fold them. And
Just 10 seconds.
this is a moment.
It's a moment of the truth.
Moment of truth.
Actually, it was played differently.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Oof. Wait, we have no. Come on.
And King A8 game over.
King A8 is game.
It's better probably. Even A7,
over.
I suppose it's winning.
Of course it is, because you threaten.
But I like King A8. It's more my cup of tea.
Yeah, this is.
There's also no stalemate trick.
Yeah, this is the professional. No, this forces resignation, of course.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just double checking, triple. I don't know what he's checking exactly, but. Also A7, no?
It doesn't matter. You can choose.
Does
Yeah.
A7 do the job?
Yeah, it does do the job as well because you have some checks. I mean, King A8 is quicker. Let's put it this way.
This is also very convincing.
I mean, but King A8 is so much quicker. There's no need even to go for the other one.
Yeah. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow we're going to have in the Masters game of the day. What is it going to be? Le Quang Vidit, Harry Krishna Black against Salim. No big standout games.
I think the score sheets had been signed.
Okay.
Yes, it could be that the score sheets had been signed. It looks like to me.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. But
all right. Yeah, I would love to go.
Yes.
So if they have been signed, I'm going to wish everybody good night. It's winning anyway.
But
The
actually,
rest
they
of the
haven't
games?
been signed yet. I mean, like something had been signed. No,
Well,
but
if
they are like
something-
they're setting the board, so I think
Yes.
things had been signed.
Right. So Sam will have won. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, 3 o'clock for round 8, the penultimate round. Lots to play for. Any last words before I go?
I hope. I mean, like I cross my fingers, especially of course for the German, but also for Hans, because Hans is in a nice spirit, and for everybody else, I hope to see you tomorrow.
All right, guys, take care. See you tomorrow.
Congratulations for winning your game. Could you please describe it?
Oh, so at first I thought I was going to completely kill him when I thought I got a fantastic position from the opening, but I missed some detail. And when he played knight c4, it wasn't so easy. Maybe I can do something better than g5, but if I don't play g5, it's hard to see what my plan is. And then I had calculated this line, and I had just missed that after he plays bishop h6, I can go rook takes f6, bishop d2, king d2, and I thought I was much better here, but I just completely missed he has rook d4 check. So for example, after king e7, I thought I'm going rook hf1 with nice advantage, but I had just missed rook d4 there completely, and I'm actually in trouble. So I thought I had to find a couple of good moves to maintain the balance, and then after knight c4, I thought he made a huge mistake by not exchanging knights. I think if he exchanges the knights and offers a draw, I will accept it. Instead, he played a5 and offered a draw, and I thought I could play. And my suspicion is black can hold, but it's always unpleasant, and I thought I can push with no risk, and well, I'm glad it worked out in the end.
And are you satisfied with your play in this tournament?
It's so-so. It's fine. It's average. It's not amazing, but you know, it certainly could be worse. You know, to be on +1 after 7 rounds with an extra black, you know, it's fine. Yeah, I guess I'm satisfied enough.
Thank you very much for coming.